Yay, Dave. Thank you. Let's go. So today is affectionately known as toaster time. All right.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
So we got
This
good old
place
Igus
exists
here, so let's
between
I'm on
go.
a mission.
Our favorite toaster. Ahoy
Are you
hoy.
awake?
I'm sorry. I had turned off my consciousness to test the new equipment installed on me.
Yes, that's why we use the emergency channel. We've been asked to go into action.
Has something happened? Who sent the request?
We'll brief you on the details in transit. Also, regulations say that the member with the lowest serial number is in command. Currently, that's you.
I'm in command? Are you sure about this? After all, I'm...
You're well suited for it, in my opinion.
Understood.
Toaster time. May 1st, 2012, 9:30. Men equipped with assault suits and tactical vest lines the concrete ground. Their urban camouflage and unmoving poses give them the appearance of an orderly line of rocks. 30 minutes have already passed since the special assault team took up positions near the passenger plane stopped at the landing strip. Their captain glares at the passenger plane before he slowly turns around and looks at each of his men. Every last one wears ski masks, thick tactical visors, and masks their identities, but he knows them nonetheless.
Tell me about the situation and make it quick. We don't have much time.
One of the team steps forward next to him. The touchscreen tablet in his right hand has a summary of the case on it. On May 1st, 2012, around 900 hours, a wide-body passenger aircraft headed to Kagoshima sent out at 7,500 squat code during the passenger boarding. Following the signal, the captain reported to the control tower that the aircraft has been hijacked. Since the uprising occurred during the passenger boarding, only half of the passengers, 168 to be exactly, has boarded. The 10 crew members bring it to a total of 178 hostages thought to be on board. Some passengers seated near the hatch have succeeded in escaping. The following points were gained from questioning them. Take care not to be seen by hijackers. There are 3 hijackers. All of them are covering their faces in ski masks. All of them are armed with what seems to be pistols. Idea. I don't know if you heard that. There's a little bean screaming. And their voices and builds, they appear to be males. They all spoke fluent Japanese. Currently, the aircraft in question has moved to the front of the landing strip at the hijackers' insistence as it stopped there. Sorry, I'm moving my phone so Dio doesn't knock it over. Little bean! The authorities have attempted to negotiate with the hijackers by radio, and they have made no demands. The team member finishes his report. The captain nods silently and addresses his team.
There hasn't been a plane hijacked in this country in over 10 years. None of us, not even me, have dealt with this before. Still, the procedure remains the same. Trust yourself, remember your training, and keep a cool head.
The captain turns towards the plane again. Taking it as a cue, the team scatters to their specified posts to take up positions. The only thing to do now is to see what happens. Eventually, 10 o'clock comes around. Half an hour has passed already and no new developments. Repeated attempts to raise the hijackers have been made, but they have yet to make any demands. Tensions are beginning to rise. Worst case scenario is that they have no need to make demands, that their objective is to siege the passenger plane itself. In this case, the team would be facing a large-scale terrorist attack.
Come on, talk to us.
The captain mutters to himself, deep in thought. From the perspective of the rescuing of the hostages, every second that passes without learning the hijackers' objective is a second wasted. The captain and his team wait in hiding, but the same is not true for the passengers on board. For untrained civilians, extreme stress can easily lead to physical and mental problems. It's true not only that for the hostages, but the hijackers as well. When people lose their nerve, they tend to act rashly. The hostages will begin to lose hope, and the hijackers will be taking it out on the hostages. An hour into the incident, anything could have been happening inside the plane. The captain could do nothing but glare at the time tick by. After 15 more minutes had passed, a slight change in the situation was reported. All emails and calls going through the stations near the airport are being checked. Details of the message thought from inside the plane are not confirmed. It appeared that the hijackers had confiscated all cellular phones as per standard hijacking plans, but...
Sir, there's a report from HQ. They picked up a transmission from one of the passengers' cell phones. It's a smartphone with GPS, so they can tell it's inside the plane.
Confirm those details for me.
There are two possibilities. The hijackers are using passengers' phone to contact associates outside, or that a passenger is contacting someone in secret. The latter possibly is more likely. More and more devices have communication capabilities now, making it extremely difficult for hijackers to remove them entirely from play. And the more hostages involved, the more courageous they become, more likely to take risks. Unfortunately, more hostages involved means that they're more dangerous to provoke the hijackers. Each individual hostage is worth less to them. The details of the transmission make it apparent that the situation is worse than the team assumed. Cell phone owner is a man in his 60s, first class. He signed up with a certain service after being diagnosed with a heart illness. It's a remote EKG monitoring device that keeps track of the patient's heartbeat. Scheduled message was automatically sent to the patient's cell phone. Service provider promptly contacted the police, informing them the man was in bad shape.
A man's life is at stake if we don't wrap this up within the hour. Looks like we can't stall for time.
As panic spreads, a proposal for negotiations based on this fact and a proposal to storm the plane are both considered. Because only half the passengers had boarded, the situation inside the plane is uncertain, making devising a tactical plan difficult. Though, if nothing is done, the passenger will surely succumb within an hour. Blunder like that must be avoided at all costs. That was the thinking that guided police officials to make their decision. That same day at 10:30.
What? Withdraw? This is a hijacking! What are you thinking, withdrawing our people? Yes, I understand.
Wait, what's going on?
Orders are orders. We'll fall back at once. Get ready.
No one understood the sudden withdrawal order. Why withdraw the team during a hijacking? No one at the scene agreed with the decision, but the order could not be overturned. The men here are not the brain, but the limbs of the power at best, and to use by precisely following orders. Just then, another group approaches without a sound. Its members all dressed differently in suits and trench coats, but all of them wear black with sunglasses. At a glance, it is clear that they are tall, well-built, and used for rough situations. Nearly 20 of them gathered in one plane, and they are imposing despite their silence. They don't seem to be airport personnel, but neither are they known to police. However, the captain senses a kindred spirit in them and approaches.
Who are you?
His voice is laced with suspicion, but the man in black, the head of the group, speaks dispassionately as if he heard
For the
nothing.
next half hour, we're in command of this scene.
Here come the men in black.
You didn't answer the question. Who's responsible for this?
The captain's tone uncautiously hardens. A group of men in black parts, but one of their numbers in the rear steps forth. The captain can't himself from furrowing his brow. He's already sensed unrest spreading amongst the team watching in silence. One step forward looked like a 17 to 18-year-old girl. She's dressed in black and sunglasses like those around her, but her slender build is out of place. Not only that, but her blonde hair stands out even more contrast than her all-black outfit. The girl walks a few more steps forward and removes her glasses. Captain had intended to appraise the look in her eyes, but it gasps at her crystalline blue eyes. He quickly regains himself and frowns
So
at
you're
her.
the one in charge?
Yes,
Are you shitting me?
there is no time to waste quarreling.
The girl looks at him fiercely, despite the armed team surrounding her. The unreality of it all is that what helps the captain get over his surprise. Her age and appearance are most likely meaningless. She is clearly no ordinary girl.
Are you not even gonna tell me who you're with?
She's a toaster.
I cannot.
So you expect me to hand over control of the scene to you without even telling me who the hell you are?
I believe orders to withdraw have already been issued.
Her calm, sweet voice only irritates him. Captain closes distance with the girl, but they stop short of grabbing her suit, glares into those blue eyes from only inches away.
I don't know what kind of juice you have with the brass, but are you ready to be responsible for the deaths of those passengers?
Your protests are doing nothing to relieve the danger. Rescuing them as soon as possible is my, or rather, our duty.
The girl is completely unruffled as she speaks. It's like she's a machine or something, the captain thinks, more dumbfounded and angry.
Have faith in us. We too wish to save them.
For the first time, something like determination flickers within those crystalline eyes. After looking into them, the captain finds something akin to resolve and confidence in them. He steps back. Raising his right hand to his chest, he shows the girl his watch.
But you got exactly 30 minutes and not a second more.
Understood.
After the girl nods, she gives instructions to prepare the stair car to the group she is leading. Captain's fist tightens nervously. Since there are free uses for a stair car, finally moving it in place may make the hijackers think the strike team is getting ready to storm the plane. But there's no hesitation in the girl's actions.
Well then, move in as naturally as possible while staying in their blind spots.
Eventually, the roofless scare car advances slowly towards the passenger
Closest
plane.
we can get without them noticing will be about 10 meters from the plane.
That will be more than enough.
More than enough. What's the point of half-assing it like that? The captain's annoyance begins to turn to curiosity. If she is replacing the SAT team, then she must have a plan beyond some brute force, but...
Now, let's begin.
The staircase stops. The girl gets out of the driver's seat. She walks slightly behind the vehicle and turns towards the passenger plane and sits with one
What's she
knee up.
doing?
The captain brings up a pair of binoculars to see her behavior more closely. At first, he assumes she's going to use the staircase movement as a decoy to send her team in from a different direction. Like humans, most vehicles have a significant blind spots above and beneath. Yet that doesn't seem to be her plan. Does her plan make her move while the staircase is as a shelter? Is she possibly going to snipe them? The captain discards the possibility of being foolish to set up a sniper perch in the lower angle elevation. Where is the girl now? While the captain mulls over the question, the girl makes an unexpected move. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god. Ah! She appears to lower her stance slightly, one movement, and in the next, she's no longer in sight. By the time the captain grasps that she's running, she has already reached the top of the staircase. Her slender body launches like a cannonball from the top of the stairs.
What?
Anime!
She jumped?
Even an SAT member's voice is in surprise. The girl's leap arcs over a distance of over 10 meters. It's clearly beyond the abilities of a human being. Coming in the middle of a hijacking, this scene seems even more surreal. The girl lands on top of the aircraft and stands as if nothing unusual happened. She looks at the aircraft beneath her and slowly heads to the scan of it from back to front. Reminds the captain of movement of a security camera. He knows it should be impossible, but he wonders if she can see through the plane's ceiling. Eventually, the girl seems convinced of something and begins walking. When she reaches the boarding hatch in the front, she moved her right hand to her back. The captain notices a special knife coated in gray from the blade of the hilt in her
What's she
hand.
gonna do with that knife?
The girl suddenly lowers her stance and slides down the side of the aircraft. Just as she's about to fall, she thrusts the knife into the jam hatch and dangles from
This
it.
is crazy.
She then uses her left hand to pull the handle and unlocks the hatch with ease. Once the thick, airtight door juts out of the aircraft, the girl nimbly jumps into the plane. Captain is shocked by her dauntless methods. Begins to wonder if she intends to defuse the situation on her own. Captain lowers the binoculars and faces reality before his own eyes. Who in the world is she? And doubts he had dismissed rise within him. Warning light goes on in the cramped cockpit. Two people notice it at once. One of them is Captain sitting in the pilot seat. The other is a man holding a gun to the back of the captain's head. Light labeled hatch open. Even the amateur can understand what that means. Instantly tenses and stands ready at the passenger side door. Prepares himself to someone to charge through. He quickly regains himself and turns his gun back to the captain. And casts an irritated glance back and forth between captain and door for a while, but eventually approaches the door, his gun pointed at the captain. Cautiously cracks open the door and looks forward to the passenger seating. Just outside the cockpit is first class section. But the passengers were gathered in economy class at the time of the hijacking. First class is empty. Man squints. To ward off observation or worse, snipers. The windows are down, coming in a darkened plane with a bright cockpit forces his eyes to adjust. And from the corner of the eye, he seems to see a gleam of light shining that's unlike regular lights, within the light of a silhouette. Before he can react, the silhouette figure closes the distance. Hand grabs the edge of the door to open it with tremendous force. 2 quick, heavy shots are fired. Man collapses unconscious without a sound. Captain turns around, surprised to see an intruder, a blonde girl with an index finger to her lip to signal silence. First lays the man on the ground and then removes a pistol in his hand. On closer inspection is only a model gun supplemented with metal parts. The seam between the parts are different places compared to a real gun. Taken apart and disassembled pieces look nothing like a real pistol. The girl then takes the handcuffs from a small pouch of her waist, fastens the man's arms to the leg seat near the window. If he wakes up, he will be unable to stand. The captain still looks as if he wishes to say something. The girl's eyes meet his and insist on silence as she leaves. The curtain dividing first class and economy class is closed. The girl hides herself behind it and peeks through. There's a man in each aisle on the left and right. Neither seem to have noticed her. Passengers and cabin crew are crammed in the seats in the back. Everyone's placement matches the readings of her heated sensors she picked up from above the plane. Both remaining hijackers are closer to the first class. The man closest to her is only a few steps away. She judges that she can quickly and easily disable before reacting if she moves quickly. They both carry pistols, but they are the same types of the downed hijacker. From what she can see, they too are model guns. The girl swiftly pushes aside the curtain and grabs the closer man's right wrist. Hijackers, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of such a slender girl, stops moving for a moment. That moment, he surrenders any chance of victory he may have had. With a pained cry, he drops his pistol to the ground. The girl uses her grip from her right hand to put him on the ground, and smoothly pulls out another pair of handcuffs, locks his arms to the passenger seat. Man thrusts about, but despite his struggle, is no better than a worm writhing on the ground. Last hijacker finally recovers from his shock and aims his gun. Girl pulls a button from another man's sleeve and flicks it towards her opponent's face. Button travels at immense speed, though it was not fired from her fingers. Man tried to shield his face, but it was too late. He groans in pain as the projectile impacts his forehead. The girl does not let this opportunity waste. She easily jumps over the 3-seat wide center blocks of the seats with one arm and grabs the man's right hand. There she repeats the same procedure she used before. Their weapons are immediately seized and they are restrained on the floor. Passengers are now only grasping at what's happening before their eyes. Murmuring a chorus rises.
Do not be alarmed. I have come to rescue you. Your safety has not been secured yet, so please stay calm and remain in your seats.
The passengers erupt in cheer. Woo! And there's a sporadic applause as well. But there's slightly hysterical tinge to the reaction to the tension of the
Excuse
situation.
me. We were told someone requires medical assistance for their chronic heart illness. His name is...
Just as the girl approaches the center plane, she senses the male passenger stand up from his seat. He's extremely calm and quiet as he does so. The girl belatedly picks up the incongruity. All the other passengers are nervous. It's that she feels something hard pressing up against the back of her head. She knows that without looking is a muzzle of a gun. Nearby passengers' cries of relief suddenly turn
I
to
am
screams.
impressed with your judgment to stay hidden until an opportunity arose.
Girl is unperturbed as she continues to look straight ahead. Nan stays silent and keeps the pistol pressed to her head. She knows that she's in no danger of being shot, but she is not yet sure if he was the only one hiding. Left with no choice, the girl acceds to the demand and moves forward. After about 10 steps, another man stands up as expected.
And you too.
The man doesn't answer. He slowly approaches from the front. The girl is now sandwiched from the front and back. At a moment, footsteps sound beyond the curtain leading into first class. Two culprits both react at once, but it's too late. Over 10 men in black rush in at once and beyond the curtain. Well, the girl had drawn the hijacker's attention from the scuffle of the stair car had closed in. First, they pinned down the man standing in front. Narrow passage gives a man behind her a short reprieve, but doesn't last long. The moment he lowers his hand gripping the pistol in order to escape, the girl grabs his wrist. So focused was he on the men who burst into the scene that he forgot about the threat the girl posed. He's immediately tripped and restrained once he falls on his back. Girl stands up and looks around. If there were any more hijackers inside the plane, this would be their last chance to make a stand. But no one rises from their seats. She glances toward the men in black and they nod back in acknowledgement. Seems a crisis has been averted. The girl carefully keeps her thoughts from appearing on her face as she gives an inner sigh of relief. Soon afterward, the sweeper team gives a report confirming that the aircraft is secure. The girl works with the cabin crew to arrange transport for the man with the heart illness before she steps out for a moment. She turns on the blue indicator light on the staircase and waves it at the circles towards the SAT's position. It's a signal that the crisis is over.
She's done already?
One receiving the signal, the SAT team is on standby, starts talking amongst themselves.
It hasn't even been 5 minutes. There should have been at least 3 hijackers.
You know what they remind me of is those guys. Like Men in Black or something.
We're wearing black.
Captain, who are those people? Is that one even human?
The captain sighs with reluctance.
This is just a rumor. But I've heard that the higher-ups formed an unofficial security group in conjunction with a certain corporation. It's supposedly for cases that are a little strange. I hear they have some official standing with the police, too.
Damn!
Though it's all some private enterprise, so technically, there's no authority involved at all.
What? But this is Japan we're talking about.
A search and destroy unit that answers to no department and keeps no records. I've heard them called shadow operatives.
He turns his own blue light as a sign to understanding and waves it left to right. The response light comes from up ahead. The girl then sees the captain spreading his arms in a shrug and smiles for the first time. She feels slightly bad for them. Her team may have shamed them, though they had done nothing wrong. I should apologize to them later. But then, in the corner of the girl's eyes, near the entrance of the luggage carts in the corner of the building, a figure catches her attention.
A girl?
Oh! Girl seems to be about her age, is wearing a plain cape-like dress. Girl in the aircraft feels oddly uneasy at seeing the figure. And to begin with, given the heightened security of the parking entrance should be strictly sealed, the figure looks perfectly ordinary.
May I check on something?
Girl calls the SAT captain over the radio. There appears to be a slight interference, necessitating the adjustment of the dial.
If you look towards my left, in front of the luggage loading bay is...
But during that moment she looked away, the figure had disappeared.
She's not there. That can't be.
Girl looks around, but the figure is nowhere to be seen. Where could she have gone in this open space with nowhere to hide?
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was apparently seeing things.
Uh-oh. Girl shuts off the radio. Who was that just now? Was I truly seeing things? With those questions in mind, the girl tries to remember the figure's appearance in detail. Only then does she realize the cause of her unease. That blue light dress the figure wore. It was a very similar one she herself had once. It reminds her of those days when she had not yet have a heart. Oh, shit. The girl puts those thoughts aside and returns to the aircraft. Mission does not end with taking the culprits into custody. In truth, along with defusing the situation, securing the safety of one particular passenger was her highest priority. In fact, it was not revealed to the A-team. Passenger was originally seated in first class but would have been forced to move. Girl looks carefully through the restless passengers, but it is not long before she finds the face she seeks. Looking relieved, the girls walk towards the passenger in question.
Are you all right, Mitsuru-san?
I guess. I didn't think you'd be the one to come.
The woman who answers has long, shiny hair that would make an impression on anyone. Her refined appearance makes her stand out over and above her calm position in her seating. But Agus knows the woman well.
In fact, I was surprised to be called on to deal with something like this. The suspects made no demands. What were they after? At first, I thought I was summoned because you were their target, Mitsuru-san.
The higher-ups must have thought the same thing and panicked. A Especially considering there's cargo on that plane they wouldn't want made public. Wait a second, that cargo...
Is something wrong?
This hijack seems strange now that I think about it. They made their move before takeoff, which is odd timing. And they forced the boarding announcement to be stopped. I thought maybe it was their way of trying to pull it off with a small team.
Are you saying that rather than a passenger, they were after that cargo? It's true that no one would consider the unloaded luggage during a hijacking.
I guess I need you to check on my things. Though if I'm right, it's already too late.
In response, Aigis instructs her team via radio to secure all luggage transport routes. Moreover, she requests a search to ensure that no cargo has been taken.
Even if you're right, why would they be interested in your belongings?
My usual cargo wouldn't be worth hijacking a plane over. But I was carrying something sensitive this time. Normally, if they wanted it, they'd have to bypass a Corregio facility's security or attack the vehicle transporting it. But by doing it this way, they can divert the entire country's attention with a few model guns.
Mitsuru smiles. Aigis can tell that she's impressed with their audacity, despite herself.
Mitsuru-san's cargo. Sensitive belongings for a vacation. I understand. Hijacking a plane out of a desperate desire for undergarments. This incident will surely go down in history.
Well, Aigis immediately just thinks they were after Mitsuru's under things. Of course. Mitsuru's eyes bulge at the unexpected comment.
What? You're jumping to conclusions. It's not sensitive in that way. Besides, my underwear is in this bag and that's it. Enough about underwear.
She forces a cough and steers the conversation back on track.
More accurately, my cargo contained items from Ergo Research. My trip to Kagoshima was partly vacation, but also to oversee their transferal to Yakushima.
The official name of the Ergo Research is Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Both Mitsuru and Aigis have many bitter memories associated with that name. A pall hangs in the air. But the radio transmission from Aigis' team cuts in the moment short.
Aigis speaking. I see. Understood.
Mitsuru looks at Aigis questioningly as she
It's
nods.
as you suspected. They found that one of the boxes scheduled for transport has gone missing.
I thought as much.
With a small sigh, Mitsuru rises from her seat.
We must get it back, I guess. The rest of the team can finish up here. I need you to come with me.
Aigis inspects Mitsuru's face carefully.
Will you be joining the search as well?
Well, I am personally involved, so yes.
In other words, you will officially rejoin the unit and participate in this mission. To be more direct, is it accurate to say that you are abandoning your vacation?
Mitsuru sighs with some exhaustion. Aigis interrupts her silence as approval.
Then I hereby transfer command authority to you, Mitsuru-san. Regulations state that the member with the lowest serial number is to take command. And since you are member number 1, the official leader of the Security Department Shadow Response Unit, also called the Shadow Operatives.
I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to enjoy this vacation for long.
Traveling with cargo from Ergo Research suggests that her vacation was neither relaxing nor cheerful.
But I can't allow anyone to be hurt again by the things we, the Kirijo group, created. We'll get this cargo back at all costs. Mission or no mission, I'm making it a personal priority.
Understood.
Aigis answers loudly and snaps off the police salute as she's finally gotten the hang of. I am Aigis. My official name is 7th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon, Aigis. As my name implies, I am not human. I'm a humanoid weapon, a robot essentially. Though with the right clothes and a surprising number of people cannot tell the difference. I was created in a research lab owned by one of the world's foremost conglomerates, the Kirijo Group. I was made to exterminate a certain enemy. They are called shadows, monsters born from people's repressed emotions, granted dark life. Shadows can only be defeated by those with special powers of personas. One's persona can be said to be the power to wield a shadow within. They are two sides of the same coin. Though one cannot have a persona if they cannot also have a heart. I was given a mind to artificially develop a persona and a body close to a human, so my mind can maintain a personality. A heart designed for battle. A body designed for battle. I did endure some suffering because of my original purpose, but I am now have a place where I belong. Somewhere I can make a full beneficial use of my powers. That is the Security Development Shadow Response Unit. Our nickname is Shadow Operatives. The Shadow Operatives were formed at Mitsuru Kirijo's directive. She is a scion of the Kirijo group who created me. She has taken responsibility for shadows. Our objective is to identify and resolve incidents involving shadows by eliminating them. One of our members are persona users or have similar qualifications during operations. Our guidelines state that the member with the smallest number has command. The number I was issued was number 5. Though I'm not human, I am treated as a member, not as a piece of equipment. Moreover, my number is in the single digits. It's possible that there may be missions like today where I must take command of dangerous operations. In other words, I am recognized as having the same life and dignity as humans. Because Mitsuru-san and the others have such trust in me, I want to repay that trust with results. There's another reason I'm working my hardest on this case. Soon after the hijacking was resolved, stolen cargo was identified. Its contents surprised me. A 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Unit named Labris. She is one of my sister's units. She was sealed over a decade ago for some reason, has been in storage with other artifacts since then. Labris, a humanoid weapon, just like me. Is it possible that she has a heart? If so, I want to save her before she is misused. This is a mission, but more than that, I feel that is a duty I must carry out. Bookmark! Damn, that was a hefty bookmark. 42 minutes past. Holy shit. The next day, May 2nd, 2012. We wanted to pursue the vehicle carrying Labris as soon as the hijacking was over, but its complicated route made it hard to track. Due to the sensitive nature of the cargo, it is difficult to set up large-scale traffic checkpoints. Fortunately, the license plate number was determined quickly, and we got a rough estimate of its destination. Our headquarters was moved to the police facility. Mitsuru-san and our team are sorting out the situation to plan it for an operation.
And the interrogation of the suspects?
It's begun, but all of them are claiming that their memories at the time are very foggy, so they've been sent in for evaluation. The psychologists who interviewed them think it's possible they're not lying.
So none of the 5 have any memories of what happened during the hijacking.
Normally that would seem preposterous. There may have been some hypnotic effect, but even then...
We're dealing with someone after materials from Ergo research. They'll likely be very well informed about shadows and the mind. Knowing that, it doesn't seem so strange. It would also explain the extreme lengths they went to create a decoy. What else do we know?
Another team member answered Mitsuru-san's questions.
Since the cage storing the 5th generation is too large to transport by personal auto, we narrowed our search to large vehicles that left the airport. That, combined with the testimony from our observer and data from the transmitter, allowed us to pinpoint the vehicle in question. The police are already pursuing it via the N system. This is the most recent photo.
Hold on, I gotta get a drink. My voice dried out. Excuse me. He hands Mitsuru a tablet to Mitsuru-san.
Inaba area. Wasn't this the place where...
Yes, our routine investigation last year rated the potential shadow activity in the area at level 4.
It seems that the culprit in this case definitely had prior knowledge of shadows after all. If that is true, we must use extra caution. Many people do not know about shadows, though they are enough to be of a threat to possibly destroy the world. Then again, I experienced that for myself 3 years ago. If someone is trying to manipulate them, we must prevent it at all costs.
Let's talk about the stolen 5th generation unit. I guess, as the 7th generation, would be her younger sister.
A sister. My older sister.
I'd like to know why she was sealed.
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. The records show her to be the first model fitted with an artificial personality.
In other words, she has a heart?
There's no knowing if it was developed enough to call it that. She seems to have been made to gather test data rather than actual field use.
What are her combat capabilities?
She wasn't given firearms, since her regulatory system was inadequate. So she was instead loaded with some kind of special equipment. Unfortunately, the majority of the records pertaining to her are missing, which means that's the extent of our knowledge.
Special equipment.
We also don't know why she was sealed. Many of the documents regarding the old Ergo research were lost, probably to cover up incriminating evidence. We don't even know what she looks like. All we do know is that she was a life-sized android.
We'll just have to find out along the way.
Mitsuru-san swipes her fingers across the tablet a few times and shows it to the aide.
I'll need these 3 individuals' cooperations. I'd like to join them in the field.
Are you sure about this?
Try not to make a scene when fetching them. Not all of them are part of our organization.
An aide nods at his assent and returns to the station. Mitsuru-san then turns her gaze on me.
And I guess, frankly, I think we can assume that there'll be combat involved. Will you be alright with that?
Though Mitsuru-san doesn't say it out loud, I understand what she means. Our highest priority in this operation is to stop the culprit and mitigate any associated danger, not to rescue Labris. Of course, we will strive to accomplish both, but in the worst-case scenario, we must consider the option of destroying Labris. Destroying a sister unit. It will be a painful experience if she too has a heart.
I thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. I will do my duty.
Mitsuru-san says nothing more and silently nods.
Well then, once we can confirm our target is headed to Inaba, we'll depart at once.
Time to adjust my butt on the chair, everyone. Oh, God. Okay, I'm fine now. May 3rd, 2012. As we get ready to depart for Inaba, Mitsuru-san and I go over the last-minute details inside the police station. Mitsuru-san is absorbed with issuing instructions over a cell phone she is holding. Pessimism seeps into my heart as I wait. I began muttering to myself.
Will we be able to find Labris? My sister?
Mitsuru-san's
surprised voice makes me realize how unlike me these doubts are.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask? Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labris is not our priority. The reason I formed this shadow operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Those feelings you have for Labris, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
Friends bound by trust are irreplaceable indeed. I hope that Labris will become one as well. Eventually, the preparations are made and our limousine departs its journey to Inaba. Alright, here we go. That evening, we are in Inaba now, traveling down the Midtown street. Though it is called Midtown, it's very different from urban environment. It's quiet, rustic road. The vehicle we are targeting is easily discovered. The transmitter was attached to it when it left from the airport is, luckily for us, still active. But the vehicle has been abandoned and the cargo is gone as well. To trace it further, we must learn why the culprit came here. Specifically, we need to know the details of what happened here last year. Though this was already assumed, so we have a plan. Mitsuru-san orders the driver to park nearby. However, it poses an unexpected problem. Our vehicle is long, black, 8-door limousine. It stands out badly in the countryside town, no matter where it's parked. Oops.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, May I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
No.
Understood.
All I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Wherever we go, people peer into the windows out of curiosity. We avoid the public eye as much as possible, and finally park in what looks like a site for vehicle disposal on the outskirts of the town.
Our contact has arrived.
Then I noticed a middle-aged man in a gray suit standing outside the window. I recognize his face. He is one of the 3 corroborators Mitsuru-san contacted before our departure. I scoot over the door and open the window.
Oh my. This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
Suddenly, something unlike astonishment or discouragement appears on his face.
You want to know how I did it?
Cough interrupts
We
us.
appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Mitsuru-san gets out of the vehicle and slightly bows. 3 years ago, when we were still fighting shadows in secret, Detective Kurosawa worked as a police officer at a nearby police box. He believed that our intentions were good, and he supplied us with certain conveniences under the table. His job made this risky, but he always acted on behalf of what he believed to be just. He said that many times while supporting us in secret. He's a strong man who always acts on his beliefs. But now our organization has official government sanction. He can now cooperate with us without being considered a rebellious act. Kurosawa-san's prior actions have recently been reassessed. He was promoted for his special expertise. I've heard that he is now a plainclothes detective working at a central precinct.
Long time no see, miss. And I guess, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Kurosawa-san fixes his eyes on Mitsuru-san and me. It is faintly awkward. We are both dressed for combat, and I am not wearing clothes that camouflage my nature.
Oh, sorry for staring. A humanoid weapon. I was skeptical when I heard, but seeing you in person doesn't leave any room for doubt.
I'm sorry that I kept it hidden back then.
It's all right. It would have caused more of a headache if you'd gone around looking like that.
Hearing him say that, I cannot help but smile.
Seeing you laugh like that makes it harder to believe you're a machine.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Ah, sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
Mitsuru-san asked Kurosawa-san to collect information on the serial murder case that occurred in this town last year. When background research was carried out across Japan at the end of 2011, his region returned high numbers in shadow detection measurements. Although it was investigated, there was no effects apart from the slightly unnatural weather. Then again, what if something did happen that was just hard to detect? Mitsuru-san suspects that the serial murder case was related to these shadows and asked Kurosawa-san to have a local police share their reports. We could have requested them directly, but we wanted would not be surface information found in the investigation records. There are limits to what an unofficial unit cloaked by authority can do with a direct request.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
I lock gazes with Mitsuru-san.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world in the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
Kurosawa-san sighs. He seems to be tired.
That's all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny, though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
He opens the door himself and exits the vehicle. He gives a short farewell and leaves without turning back even once.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
Hearing this reminds me of something. Looking around the area again, although I had called it a vehicle disposal site, there are also household electronics such as refrigerators discarded here. In a corner of the stack of TVs.
There is a discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
I voluntarily get out of the vehicle.
Wait, I guess.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
I extend my right hand and touch the screen of the biggest TV I can see. My fingers brush the glass screen. But although it seemed to be touching it, I feel no resistance from its surface. I push my hand forward a little more. A weak light runs across the screen and my forearm sinks into it.
Amazing!
Rings of light spread from the contact of my arm, rippling like water across a pond.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment.
My sensors detect a sensation I've never felt before. But the knowledge of what it is already recorded within me.
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
Aki! I hear a voice come from an unexpected direction. Mitsuru-san and I look towards it. What we see is a silhouette wearing a low hood that covers his eyes and a tattered cape billowing in the wind, like a figure from a western. He is standing atop a mountain of trash with his arms crossed.
That Akihiko?
He jumps down nimbly and walks towards us.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
I would never forget the man laughing so furiously. Like Mitsuru-san said, he is a friend I once fought alongside, Akihiko Sanada. He was a student boxing champion in his school days and a staunch ally, powerful even without his persona. He's also our second corroborator in this case.
It's been a while, Akihiko-san.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Mitsuru-san sighs in annoyance. Oh yes, Akihiko-san was on a training expedition overseas until this morning. As a result, his appearance is very different from the last time I saw him. But his aggressive personality and love of the challenge seems to be the same as always. He gives a cocky smile and smacks his palm with his fist.
Anyway, we can get inside from that TV, right? And what are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko-san steps forward towards Mitsuru-san as if pressing
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Akihiko-san's opinion is a bit strong, but he's not incorrect. It's probable that Akihiko-san understands that being slightly forceful is his role. Because Mitsuru-san takes caution seriously as the ultimate authority in this case, she frequently second-guesses herself. I have seen Akihiko-san's words cut through her hesitation in the past. It shows his trust in Mitsuru-san not to make decisions in error.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
There we go. And cutscene. Give me a chance to drink some liquid. But I've been reading a lot.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, they'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Toaster is determined.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
Aww. Depressing memories. Previously on Persona 3. I'd love to see a Shadow Operatives game. That'd be so cool.
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
Oh shit. Bookmark. Let's go. I am surrounded by a white light that strains most of my sensors to their limits. A proportion of my sensors indicate that I am currently in a state similar to a freefall. I can't tell up and down from left to right. This continues for a while. Eventually, my functions slowly recover. I find myself inside an unknown room, sitting with one knee up. I quickly stand and check my surroundings.
Is this the music room of a school?
I can see a music stand, a grand piano, a blackboard, and portraits. And the air is over-exaggerated theatrics to it, so it may not be far from the truth. It is a world inside the TV. After the surreality of entering the TV screen, this comes as quite a surprise.
No sign of Mitsuru-san or Akihiko-san. Did they land elsewhere? So much noise. I can't contact anyone like this.
I attempt to use my communicator, but there's no response. This looks like an ordinary classroom, but it has an alarming amount of radio interference. When I concentrate my senses again, I detect a bizarre disturbance from the entire area that is unlike normal buildings. This may be another world, after all. In any case, I must join up with Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san. But just as I begin to make plans to do so, a monitor hanging from the ceiling switches on. What appears on it is, how to describe it, a bizarre figure that looks like a living costume. Fucking Teddy!
I spy an unknown yet bewitching babe. How unexpected! Unexpected!
Its comical tone does not last long before the voice becomes distorted and the image disappears. It reminded me of a malfunctioning machine. I stare at the monitor. I have a hunch that it will return soon. Just as I thought, the costume reappears, but his behavior is very different now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Its mechanical sounding voice is completely different from the joking tone it had before. That phrase, elimination process. It seems the battle will be starting. I release the safeties from the weapons built into my body. That's when a large noise came from behind me. A young man in a school uniform comes bursting in with a yell. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
A human?
No! Jeez, I decided to open right then. This makes no damn sense.
I thought that I was ready for an eventuality, but I had not expected suddenly encounter a human.
Are you all right? You seem to be unharmed.
The young man looks back at me, steely gaze, while fixing his bleached hair with his fingers. His behavior does not seem to be that of one who came in pursuit of me.
What? Never seen you before.
I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Edgey.
Only then I do remember my appearance would seem very peculiar to a casual observer.
I'm a transfer student. I have blue eyes, blonde hair.
Oh, precious baby.
Gatling cannon.
Huh?
I'm sorry, forget what I said. In the past, that prepared explanation for students has been effective, but no longer.
Okay. Anyways, I'm Kanji Tatsumi. This mean you're my next opponent?
Opponent? What do you mean?
What do I mean? I'm talking about a scrap!
You mean a fight? But we have only met Tatsumi-san. Actually, where are we?
Enough blabbering, you machine!
With a yell, he slams his folding chair and hand on the ground. Cold, dull, metallic sound echoes and eliminates any possibility for talking this over.
What's a fake girl like you doing calling me by my name?
I go quiet. A fake girl. I understand how I might elicit such a reaction, but it is a pain in my chest. Though I cannot help but smile at how instinctively I reacted that way. It seems that I have become more human-like than I knew.
I was worried I might have to go up against my senpai, but I ain't gonna hold back against a robot like you.
Thinking with a calm mind, I noticed a small incongruity in his attitude. When he first saw me, he seemed unsure and claimed that he had not seen me before. Yet now, though he knows that I am a machine, he doesn't seem particularly surprised. Aren't those two things contradictory? I focus my senses once more and enhance my gain on my sensors. I detect a faint interference. Because it had appeared uniformly across my sensors, I hadn't been aware of it. What is this?
If you do anything, I'll make the first move. Take Mikazuchi!
A persona?
Light flickers intermittently. Could it be electricity? A thick barrel-like arm charged with voltage approaches from above. I jump back and narrowly escape the crushing blow.
Nice dodge. Looks like you got at least a little bit of fight in you.
Persona user. I was careless. I shouldn't have expected a possibility since I countered him inside the TV. I do not know the procedure of attacking a human, but if he's a persona user, must defend myself with the usual arrangements.
There is no avoiding this fight. I cannot fall here.
Alright, I guess time. Placing the bookmark. Alright, let's go. Oh, I guess his birthday passed, everyone. She was born in 2000.
Finally.
I don't know how to play, I guess. So okay. Good old Athena. Woo, that was a good hit.
See ya.
Woo, got him. Got him.
Oh my! They lost.
Let's place our bookmark, baby.
Are you all right, Tatsumi-san?
I help Tatsume-san off the ground and call to him. After repeating myself several times, I hear a groan.
No! Damn it! Ow! Oh, whoa! Hands off!
I'm sorry. If you can't stand, then I'll carry you.
I pick up Tatsumi-san, who is still lying down in both arms.
Whoa! Damn! You're a hell of a lot stronger than you look. Whoa, 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 whoa! How come you're carrying me like this? Like a bride or something?
This is the spousal method of carrying.
He's blushing. That's so cute.
It ain't. It's the bridal. Oh, wait a sec. Are they pretty much the same thing?
Tatsumi-san, you seem completely fine.
That's what I've been saying. Don't stop with the Tatsumi-san crap. It's making my skin crawl. Just call me Kanji.
You don't object to being called that? I'm an artificial person, after all.
Huh? Who cares? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. And will you put me down already?
When I put Kanji-san down, as requested, he turns his back and repeatedly scratches his head. I feel as if his demeanor has changed compared to how it was before the fight. His loud voice and rough words are the same, but the sense that he will not listen to a word I say is gone. I feel I can make myself understood now.
Well then, Kanji-san, allow me to ask again. Where are we? And what did you mean by opponent?
Huh? You're not an enemy that Ted set up for me?
Ted? Are you referring to the bear who appeared on the monitor?
This is a fighting tournament. Only the winners get to keep going. I lost this time. But oh well. I wouldn't make it in the big leagues.
That sounds like something Akihiko-san would say.
Huh?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Gotta say, you pack one hell of a punch.
Punch?
Oops, sorry.
But I didn't throw any punches.
Listen though, the rest of this tournament ain't gonna be so easy. My senpai are waiting up ahead.
There are more people here. Could you estimate how many?
Kanji-san smiles dauntlessly and gives me a thumbs up. I don't really understand why, but I give him a thumbs up as well. Good job. Then Kanji-san keels over. I rush in to catch him. When I look in his face, he's smirking. He has passed out. It seems that he was fighting through his fatigue for the sake of his pride. He doesn't seem injured, so I carefully set him back down on the floor. Suddenly, that costume Kanji-san called it Teddy appears again on the monitor.
Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
It's using that mechanical tone of voice again. The intruders must be me and the others. Since I won't be easy to eliminate, it appears that he's changing his tactics. But what could he mean by valid targets? The monitor screen turns off once again. Just like before, it flickers back after a few seconds. It is the same face as before, but completely different attitude.
Woohoo! What a fox! Think to join in on our fun? I'm A-okay with that if you're up for a little fighting. I'll wait for you in the next arena up ahead.
This is more how he sounded at the beginning. He's gone back to normal, or at least recovered from that abnormality.
Oh, silly me. If you're cutting in, you don't know who I am. I am General Teddy. Remember that name well.
General Teddy. Apparently he is a teddy bear. He doesn't seem like one, but a number of things he said caught my attention. Joining in on our fun and arena. These are in line with the tournament Kanji-san mentioned. Is this tournament really being held here? But the monitor is silent once again and does not return. I do not think I will make any progress if I remain here. I poke my head through the door where Kanji-san appeared and checked my surroundings. What looks like a school hallway leads straight ahead. There appears to be no danger nearby. I managed to hoist Kanji-san's body over my shoulder and try to leave the room.
What?
But something gets stuck and prevents me from proceeding. I stop and check, and I cannot see any obstructions. Both of my sliding doors fell off when Kanji came in, and the way is completely open. It should be wide enough for me to pass through easily, even with a person over my shoulders. Yet I cannot proceed. Something is getting stuck. I slow my walking in speed and check to see what part of me is getting caught. That is when I discover something surprising. Nothing is blocking our way, and yet Kanji-san's body cannot pass through the door. It seems there's an invisible wall, one where the selective and prevents only Kanji-san's passage between a room and the hallway. Something Kanji-san said comes back to me. Only the winners can keep going. Is this what he meant? I increased the sensitivity of my visor sensors. I cannot detect any wall here. I have no way of destroying what I cannot touch. Which means I have no choice but to leave Kanji-san here.
Oh well. I will come back for you later. Please stay safe until then.
Once he comes around, he's still a Persona user. It's not as if I'm leaving someone behind who can't fend for himself. I reluctantly convince myself to move on. Good old toaster. While moving down the hallway, my sensors continue to pick up disturbances from everything in the school. It looks so normal, though. There's a line of glass windows on the wall outside the field level with the ground I'm walking on. It seems to be the first floor of the building. Eventually, I reach the doorway and cautiously venture outside. There's barely any difference in temperature or atmospheric composition compared to the real world, but the lack of wind is unnatural, and there are no other discrepancies between here and there. I turn around and inspect the building's exterior. This is indeed a school. I walk along the wall and go around the building. Soon I reach to what seems to be the main gate. I turn towards the school building once again and come to a realization.
I recognize this place.
I have seen a photo of this angle in preparation materials. As I recall, this is a high school in Inaba. To make sure, I step past the school gate and check the nameplate. The name engraved in the plate's pillar is Yasogami High School. I cross-reference the name with the map in the area and find a match. It is confusing. Real-world location has been completely recreated inside the TV. Why is it structured like a nesting boxes? Just then, I sense something move in the corner of my vision. Quickly turn and view it from the front. It is a uniformed girl. She is running straight through the opposite direction of the field. Is she a student? No. This is not a real school. Could she be the one that Senpai Kanji spoke of? But a moment's thought highlights the important detail. Her pale skin and hair color.
That's...
There can be no mistake. It's the girl I saw a moment at the airport of the hijacking. I immediately chase after her, but the girl is much faster than I anticipated. I cannot close the distance. I release a portion of my foot speed limiters and finally get close, until I am able to grasp her right arm from behind.
Huh?
The girl steps and turns around. There's surprise on her face, but she stares wide-eyed and wondered at my form. Though I am surprised myself, that instant I take her hand and flash an intuition charged through me like electricity. This girl is Labris, and I am unaccountably convinced.
Who are you? That's one funny-looking costume you've got on.
Oh, well,
Oh, of course. You're mixed up in this racket too, aren't you?
Racket? Does she mean the tournament?
No, I am not in this tournament of my own free will.
Really? Then you mind letting me go? I'm the student council president. I can't be letting people run wild at this school.
Student council president?
Didn't I tell you to let me go? Are you trying to get in the way of my work here?
The girl looks at me with irritated expression. How strange, she speaks as if she's really leading an ordinary life here at school. If she was aware that she was inside the TV, she wouldn't say such things to me.
If you happen to know, could you please tell me what sort of place this is?
Huh? It's the first floor of the classroom building. Can't you tell?
Huh? Is it possible that you don't recall entering a TV?
A TV? Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm kind of in a hurry here. Can I go now?
Before you do, please tell me something. Who are you?
Who? What'd you stop me for if you didn't even know? I just told you. I'm the student council president. What hole have you been hiding in? The elections were just last week. Are we done now? 'Cause I got places to be.
The girl ends the conversation sternly, shakes off my hand, and runs away again. And in an instant, she disappeared into the school building.
Please, wait!
I go after her, but just as I enter the hallway around the first bend, something blocks my path. But I can't see what it is at all. I can't see it. Yet, when I reach out my hand, I can feel it. I think I know what this is.
That wall again!
The invisible wall that prevented Kanji-san's passage is most likely the same thing. Once again, I am surprised. I can touch it, yet my sensors detect nothing. And it's much stronger than I had imagined. It repels even gunfire, let alone physical strikes. I attempted various methods to destroy it, but before I can, the girl disappears from view.
It seems I am forced to try a different route.
I consider the situation once more. Is that girl truly Labrys? There are too many factors now indicating otherwise. Her appearance and the feel of her arm when I grasped it a moment ago. Both are strong signs that she is human. She's entirely artificial, that she cannot be part of the older generation models than myself. Her speaking voice or behavior were most indicative of a human pattern. According to the records of Labrys' development, she was sealed away soon after. If I stumble on natural human speech, she could not have been so prolific in such a short time. She's not a machine, but she's a human, so she cannot be Labrys. Usually I would not hesitate to make such a judgment based on available data, and I still cannot shake the feeling that she may be Labrys. That intuition I felt earlier, what caused it? This case remains murky. I feel as if my senses are being muffled in a thin cloth. I cannot leave her be. If she is not Labrys, the fact that itself means that she's in danger. Quickly look for an alternate route. Whew. I guess the story is hefty. Usually everyone's story is done within an hour. I backtracked the way I came and ran outside. Suddenly I'm enveloped in a tidal wave of sound. These are human voices. Cheering comes from a enormous crowd. I turn around and the thick mass of people runs towards me out of nowhere. There are boys and girls in school uniforms. It's clear that everyone is looking at me.
This is impossible.
How did I fail to detect so many humans? But then I noticed it. There was white noise running through my sensors. It's the same feeling I had before fighting Kanji-san. What is this? As I stand in thought, the students close in on me. I ask what business they have with me, but their uproar drowns out my voice. I cannot attack them, so I do not have a choice but to edge backwards. Soon my back is against a wall. I looked around for an escape route. Luckily, there was a door beside me. I hurry inside to find shelter. The room I have entered appears to be suspicious. It's dark in here, but I believe it is the gymnasium. And here and there, folding chairs and gym equipment are piled in heaps. Looks like a result of a strange ritual. Suddenly, light shines in the corner. Upon close inspection, I can see a monitor showing something. It's airing familiar faces.
Rivals. They are friends, yet powerful foes. The desperate fighting program amongst high school students. A new legend is about to start.
May the manliest of all men come on down!
Woo! Touches his precious Nanako, the sister complex kingpin of steel, Yu Narukami!
It's only natural.
Wage slave in the boonies by day, hero by night, Captain Resentiment, Yosuke Hanamura!
Everything that bores me has gotta go!
A spunky dragon with deadly legs, the carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka!
And here's our cast, everyone.
Please escort me to the ring, my prince! The unconquerable Snow Black, Yukiko Amagi!
I'll finish you in one strike!
Blooming roses and bulging muscles, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, Kanji Tatsumi!
Deep into realms of romance,
the body of a child, the brain of a genius, the 2000 IQ killjoy detective, Naoto Shirogane!
Is this an army of idiots?
Fight and survive towards the one throne waiting at the end! The P1 Grand Prix where fierce fights will be fought! The battle begins tonight!
Damn! Here we go. Let's go! I'm not sure what to say about that video. It seems to be modeled after promotional videos for martial arts tournaments. I noticed the appearance of Kanji-san and the host Teddy. The other people shown must be his participants. It's safe to assume that they are all Persona users. As if watching my reactions of somewhere, General Teddy appears on the monitor, replacing the video.
Looks like you're officially getting in on the action. Welcome! Look, everyone, another challenger!
Without warning, there's a loud sound and all doors in every direction open at once. Excited students pour in, cheering and yelling. Before I know it, I'm surrounded by people with no means of escape. General Teddy grins at my situation and raises a stubby arm.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
A spotlight shines at the spot where the crowd parts. A female student can be seen. She has short hair and wears a sweatshirt. She looks very athletic. I recognize her face from the video. Her name is Chie Satonaka. She steps in front of me, bouncing from foot to foot.
I heard that you're elbowing in on the tournament. Suits me fine. Let's do this!
As if she finishes her speech, she takes a fighting stance. Just then, a gleaming silhouette appears behind her. It's another Persona. Chie-san extends her palm, facing up, motions her fingers, taunting me.
Ooh, she's ready and raring to go!
Take a shot! This is strange. Chie-san's willingness to fight is odd enough, but even stranger are the students in the crowd. And seeing a Persona up close shows no sign of alarm. Come to think of it, how did they get in here? I cannot believe that they are all Persona users. But even if they were, they would be so excited over such brutality. When stuck in the mysterious world filled with potential dangers, that does not seem likely. Perhaps my basic assumptions are faulty. That they, like these buildings, be unreal. Cannot jump to conclusions, but decide to take the offensive. I turn to the monitor. General Teddy is bouncing up and down gleefully.
I will fight on one condition.
Which is...
Interesting. He answered me. I can hold a conversation with them. Which means he can see and hear
That you
me.
immediately release all these students from this school, or rather from this world. If you do that, I will fight as you wish.
Tut tut! Are you making demands to me? Before you get too worried about other people, why not worry about yourself?
I will not fight unless you guarantee their safety.
I glare at General Teddy through the monitor. I didn't want to involve the students, but I have an idea.
Sheesh! What a stubborn girl!
Snaps his stubby fingers. The room instantly fills with light. I ward myself against covering my eyes. Seconds later, the brightness fades to normal. As my eyes adjust, I see the students have vanished.
Is that what you wanted?
General smiles proudly. My guess was correct. If the students were fake, it's easier for him to remove them than talk to me into fighting. As a result, my sensors detect the moment where the students disappeared at once. Only human here is Chie-san in front of me. Look around, it seems that not everything's disappeared. Human-like figures remain, as if shadows of the students were burned in the scenery. There were several around the gymnasium. I can't talk. The readings are similar to shadows, but they show no sign of hostility. So these are the true forms of these students. They have been unmasked.
Honestly, you're in no position to be making demands, you know. I'm making an exception just this once, because it's no fun if you don't both go at it tooth and claw. Even if you don't resist, your opponent will show no mercy. It'll be a grisly sight.
Take a shot.
Come on! Even if the crowd was still here, would you not have hit back when I hit you?
No. The safety of the people must be prioritized above all else.
Ha! That's pretty cool of you, actually. But self-sacrifice doesn't mean much coming from a machine. They can just fix you right up. Oh, that's right. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do.
First law indeed, Des.
You probably don't feel pain or anything, huh? It just seemed that way because you look human.
You may not understand, but I can sense pain as well.
Really? That's such a weird thing to program into a weapon. Doesn't make any sense to me.
That's...
As if I struggle to answer, Chie-san smiles
Well,
wide.
that's fine with me. Means I can fight you without pulling any punches.
Her smile disappears and her eyes spark with a fire that she launches herself at me. Would rather not fight her, but she is a Persona user. I clench my teeth and make myself ready to intercept her.
If I must fight you, then I will.
Aw, Toaster! They're really testing her do not hurt human first law thing. Damn. It's been a quiet morning today, actually. I have a feeling I have lurkers more than anything. Because I know that the viewer watching thing isn't as accurate as we think it is.
Finally!
Oh. Let's go! Let's go. There we go, there we go. Okay. I don't know how to play, I guess I'm not gonna lie. It's silly to say I did. Woo! Oh, GA won. Shit. Whoops, I messed up. It's fine. Did I get bad end? Yeah, I did. Let's continue. Whoops.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Whoops, whoops, whoops.
This place
That's
exists
okay.
between
Thankfully,
dream
we have
and reality.
bookmarks.
I wish you good luck.
Woo! My name's Edgey, and I don't know how to play Geigus. I'm sorry.
Finally!
Behold Chie-senpai's secret kung fu style! Athena! Not bad!
Ooh.
Protect me! Strike! Will they push on through? Dragon! A tremendous blow already!
There we go. Oh.
Persona! Break down! What a fierce attack!
There we go.
Awakening! Will this turn the table?
There we go. We're doing better now. It's all good. We recovered. Oh, sorry, overheat. There we go. Whew! Much better. Much better. Yeah, we're gonna bookmark that shit.
Oh, sheesh. Wow. You're definitely a pro when it comes to fighting.
I'm sorry. Are you all right?
Yeah. But boy, I didn't stand a chance against you. Hey, what's all this about you being a robot?
She is upset by her loss, but seems cheerful. She didn't show one open-mindedness before the fight. Perhaps, as with Kanji-san, I can make peace with her by... No, it is vain of me to think that this is possible. Her words echo in my mind. It doesn't count if it's self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do. I hate to admit it, but her observation is correct.
I may seem like a ridiculous machine to you, but I'm still...
Huh? I never said that. Wait. You're not acting like you did before the fight. I'm surprised that you're a robot, but what gives?
Shie-san looks stupefied. Her expression confuses me as well. She stated it clearly, and yet she doesn't remember. Then something hit me. Didn't things go similarly with Kanji-san as well? Could it be that something was done to the participants? No, I should avoid drawing conclusions based solely on speculation. Besides, there's something I must do first.
That reminds me. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Aigis.
Looks like we let our fists say too much before we opened our mouths.
I saw the introductory video. You're Chie Satonaka, correct?
Yep. Oh, you can just call me Chie.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood.
Okay, you didn't need to bring that part up, and I didn't discard anything. I can use a persona, but I'm just an ordinary high school student. I go to Yasugami High. So anyways, are you, seriously a machine? No foolin'?
Yes. I was created as a weapon for a certain purpose. It may be difficult to explain to you.
Nah, I can tell from the fight you're telling the truth. Huh, so you're not cosplaying. Then again, it'd be pretty nuts for someone to come out here to cosplay.
Speaking of which, Chie-san, can you tell me what this place, this world, is? I confess that I am looking for someone. While pursuing them, I heard the rumor about going inside TVs and ended up here.
Oh, right. You can use a persona. That's how you got into the TV. Where should I start? I don't know exactly how it works, but this place is supposedly a realm formed by human thought.
Nice.
By thought? Does that mean this is someone's mental landscape?
I guess so.
Then we physically entered a mental world? Through a TV, no less? How can this be?
To tell the truth, I never understood it so well myself. There was this insane monster thing around town up until early spring. It created this whole world, and I got my persona because of what happened in here.
Chie-san folds her arms with a troubled look on her face.
Come to think of it, all this stuff should have been over and done with. But you see that ad showing on the monitor over there? It suddenly started getting shown on TV in reality. There's no way we were gonna stand for that crap to be shown. So that's why me and my friends came in here to put a stop to it.
Your friends are here as well?
Yeah, a couple. Also, that Teddy guy who's hosting this, plus the girl Rise who's serving as commentator. They're my friends too, but they're acting so weird.
She lets out a sigh.
Sorry, listen to me, babbling away. Do you think you can find this person you're looking for? Actually, could whoever it is get in here? I don't think normal people can enter the TV.
To tell you the truth, I have already encountered one such person, but...
I tell her about the girl I saw. I give her all the details that I can remember. I recall that she called herself Student Council President. She did not seem aware of that she was inside the TV.
Oh, you mean the girl who was calling herself the Student Council President? Yeah, I saw her too. She was yelling into a bullhorn to stop this foolishness, but then she ran off saying she was gonna go talk to the tournament's host.
She was wearing the same skirt that you are, Chie-san. It seems to be part of a uniform. Are you acquainted with her?
No, I don't know her. It's funny, that girl said she was elected last week. But if I remember right, our student council president was a guy.
I have many doubts about her. I must meet her again and figure her out.
Thank you. I now have a better understanding of the situation. Well then, I should be going now. I would like it if you could come along, but...
I know, I can't leave here, right? I'll stay put for now.
I will come back for you later. You may find it hard to trust me, but...
No, I believe you.
Chie-san replies unhesitantly.
I've been through so much over this past year that I'm pretty confident I can read people. Honestly, though, what other choice do I have? If you run into any of my friends, tell them I'm okay.
I will.
After wiping the dust from her right hand with her sleeve, Chie-san extends it to me.
Aige-san, right? So, if this was some fighting manga, we'd beat the tar out of each other, then shake hands in the end as best friends.
Yeah!
A powerful enemy can become a powerful friend, you know?
Friends for eternity, loyalty, honesty. It's like Goku and Vegeta all over again. I clasp her hand and she smiles in embarrassment.
Friendship can do amazing things. I saw that for myself last year. And you and I can be friends too, so, you don't need to talk like you're just an object.
Chie-san.
Don't look at me like that. You're embarrassing me. Come on, get going. Go!
Yes, I'll see you later.
Energized by Chie-san's words, I run towards the entrance. I turn around and wave to Chie-san. There's more at stake than Labras. I must protect these people. I swear and vow to myself and leave. Aw, toaster! Good old toaster. Just adjusting my butt, as per usual. Oh, God, I need a new chair so bad. As I exit the gymnasium, I remain cautious while running down the hallway. Suddenly, I pick up a response in my transmitter, which has been silent until now. I stop and focus, picking up the signal.
You hear? Can you hear me, Aige?
The staticky transmission soon becomes clear. It is a voice I recognize very well.
Mitsuru-san?
Good. It seems you're all right, too. It's been quite a while since I last used my persona in this manner. To think it would be useful in a place like this.
Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I can still sense him. I doubt he'll be defeated that easily.
She is speaking not out of carelessness, but trust. I know because I feel the
I'm
same.
sure you're aware by now, but although we came in search of Labrys, we appear to have been dragged into another incident. Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful.
Before I can answer, the static grows louder and the transmission ends. Knowing that Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san are okay gives me room to breathe. The invisible walls are everywhere along the hallways, forcing me down a particular path. I followed her out soon enough I can see his shoe lockers up ahead. It seems I'm back at the entrance. When I reach the entrance, the monitor nearby turns on as if it were waiting for me. As usual, it's General Teddy. I took a defensive stance. It appears to be the arena as my next battle.
You're pretty good for a latecomer.
The instant General Teddy appears on the TV, my sensors pick up that noise again. My suspicion turns to certainty. General Teddy is doing something before the matches. Whatever it makes the opponent belligerent or something similar. I can assume that neither Kanji-san nor Chie-san were acting themselves before the battle. That would explain why none of our stories were consistent afterwards.
Well then, bring out the next opponent!
Who next? I hear the light footsteps. A young man wearing a hat low arrives.
Naturally, of the three of you, you're the one I encountered first.
Naoto! He shrugs his shoulders and pulls the brim lower. This boy was also in the promotional video. His name was Naoto Shiragane. I bring myself on high alert. He says 3 of us.
You know about us?
On hearing my question, he smiles cynically.
Did Mitsuru Kiijo not inform you? I don't merely know about you. I was there at the airport. The Kiijo group seems rather lax for a multinational corporation, allowing a machine to act autonomously and take command. To be frank, watching you fills me with pity. Perhaps the kindest thing to do would be to give you a merciful end.
Pity?
Your existence is inherently a deception, isn't it? You're a machine, and a weapon on top of that. Yet you look human. Those who meet you think you're human. You even seem to believe it yourself. Truly pitiful.
I have no answer to this. As much as I don't want to believe it, it's all true.
You were built to consider yourself human in order to activate the ability to wield a persona. Your appearance and your heart are only prerequisites for that power. I'm sure you've realized it already. You will never find the means to cross the gap between the human heart and your mechanical frame. No matter how much you want love, you'll never earn it. At best, people grow fond of you.
Well, obviously you never saw what happened with her and Butter Chuds. He sounds as if he knows for certain. I hang my head and spite myself.
The more I consider the matter, the more I genuinely pity you. I'd best hurry up and put an end to your pathetic life.
Naoto-san draws his gun. Because my eyes are lowered, I am slow to react. I already knew that we had a fight, and yet I curse my carelessness and quickly stand back up. Oh, poor Toaster. Always shoving in her head in her face that she's a toaster, and yet I keep calling her Toaster. That be considered a slur for the robots?
Finally!
Okay, let's go. That's a cute little gun you have there now. So see if I pulled out a goddamn bazooka. Ooh. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go.
The opponent still stands severe impact. Okay. Severe impact damage. Emergency.
Okay.
But now. Damage.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, it's going bad.
My other self. Dash. Water roll. There. Charging. Still up in
Got her.
There. The slim difference was a deciding factor.
I win! Yeah, let's bookmark that shit. We saw me lose before. Naoto-san slowly gets up. She is staggering and is slightly dizzy. I watch carefully for any change in her behavior. I'm surprised with what I hear
Are you
next.
thinking what I'm thinking? The mastermind behind this tournament may have some means of fogging our senses. Were you suspecting that as well?
Yes.
Seeing me nod, Naoto-san smiles.
Then we are in agreement. Its aim appears to be to make friends fight one another, though it's a mystery to me as to why it would do such a thing.
Naoto-san brushes some dust off and walks towards me.
But the battle is over and the interference has been lifted. Given past examples, the pattern is clear. How about it? Why don't we talk things over?
I have no objections. Naoto-san seems to understand everything. I nod my head
I am
relieved.
Naoto Shirogane. I work as a detective. I agreed to act as an observer for the police regarding the special cargo, met with Kirijo-san beforehand, and accompanied her to the airport.
So that's how you knew about us. I recall seeing you in the introductory video along with the other competitors.
They're good friends of mine. I attend Yasogami High, the same school as them.
I see. So after you finished your business and returned to your hometown, that video appeared on TV. Is that correct?
That's right. At least that's what I should say if I wanted to feign innocence.
What?
The real reason I came here is because I was tailing you. It was for a secret investigation.
For who?
Naturally, I cannot reveal my client or what their aims are, but I'm sure you have your own secrets to keep. What do you think? As long as we're in the same boat, why not cooperate?
I become tense when she mentions her secret investigation, but that is not important now.
I see. It would not be wise to continue to stand in each other's way in this situation.
I accept Naoto-san's hand and we shake.
How much do you know about this world?
Your friend told me it's a realm formed by human thought. In which case, why a school?
This place varies according to people's mental state. When someone enters it directly, they have a much stronger effect on it. For a normal person with no persona-based resistances, a dangerous situation will arise where their shadow goes berserk. That happened frequently in the case I was involved with last year. This false school may have something to do with it.
I consider Labris. According to her specifications, she should be able to use a persona, but did this come from her mind? Why a school? And why Yasogami High School of all places? She has no prior knowledge of this place. She has never even visited Inaba. But if that girl is Labris, she undoubtedly has a heart. Hi, Dio. Hold on, got a pet kitty. Aw, little Dio, you're so cute. Is it possible that something like what Naoto-san suggested could happen?
I assume you have a theory already?
Yes. Thank you very much. I believe I'm slowly starting to understand what's going on.
I look down at the path ahead. Before I go, I turn and ask Naoto-san a question.
Would you mind telling me something? Why did you tell me about your secret agenda?
I suppose because it wouldn't be fair otherwise.
A wry smile spreads over Naoto's face.
Given that I cannot leave here and must trust my friend's fate to you, it would be unfair to continue deceiving you. But not only that, you carry out your duties with little care for your true appearance. You and I are not on equal grounds there.
My true appearance?
Consider it a sign of my respect for that. I still seem to have a soft spot.
Aww. Naoto-san's smile fades and she looks at me solemnly.
Aiga-san, I ask only one thing of you. Please save my friends.
That is my intention.
Thank you. I'll wait here, secure in knowing that.
We nod to each other. Chie-san, Kanji-san, and Naoto-san are so different, but they are connected by a strong bond. Knowing that fills my heart with warmth.
I am curious, though. When you refer to your true appearance, do you mean the fact that you are a woman?
What?
Am I mistaken?
Oh, well...
Your clothing hides it, but my sensor scan shows the body measurements of a human with female proportions.
What do you mean? How much can you see?
Suddenly, Naoto-san loses all of her composure and turns red as she covers her chest with her arms. What happened? I don't think I said anything to warrant such a reaction. Just then, General Teddy interrupts over the monitor.
Hey, enough with the chit-chat! Hurry up and move on to the next!
Would you like to know your current measurements? From top to bottom, they are...
That's quite all right.
Never mind, little old me. Please, finish that line of thought. I demand it!
How did we get so off subject? If you're going to go, please hurry and leave.
She yelled at me. I must have said something rude. And it still happens every so often. An innocent remark can greatly upset someone. Must keep practicing. I guess you're so precious. Dio, why are you so cute, little kitty? Yeah, I know. Meh. I climbed the stairway and noticed a silhouette in one of the classrooms. Looking carefully, it could be that student council president's Labris. I was relieved that I had caught up to her so soon. Then a hand I raised knocked the door inadvertently stops. Wait, could she be my next opponent? She wasn't in the promotional video, neither was I, and yet I am being forced to fight in the Grand Prix. There's no point in worrying about that now. I cannot change the path I take nor the opponent I must face. I prepare myself and knock lightly on the door.
You're that girl from before.
The girl turns and notices me. I set foot in the classroom, and there's no immediate interruption from General Teddy. Looks like she's not scheduled to match between us. I breathe a sigh of relief.
What are you doing here?
Ain't it obvious? I'm cleaning up the classroom. It's no picnic, what with people running wild and wrecking things.
She takes down chairs and piles on top of each other and lines them up. After a few runs, she takes a breath. Though she's complaining, there's a gentle smile on her face.
But I guess this is all in a day's work for a student council president. We'll look back on it and laugh, right?
You seem like you're having fun.
That's because I love my school. Even the chores are fun for me.
You are a rare breed, girl.
The reason I wanted to be president is because of that. Oh, it can be rough when things get out of hand like this.
But it's dangerous here. You must leave at once. Won't you come with me?
She seemed confused by my words and tilts head in one
What?
side.
You're worried about me? Hey, I'm the president. And you might not think so to look at me, but I ain't no slouch in a fight. I'll be fine.
No, that's not what I mean.
How should I put this? She still has no idea of the danger. She walks up next to me and takes a long look in my face and giggles.
Your clothes are pretty out there. But I can see you mean well. Thanks. Some of these students won't listen to a word I say. But I feel like I gotta be here. No. I wanna be here.
Even if it puts you in danger?
You're really a drama queen, aren't you? Who's to say I'm in danger for sure? Besides,
Her eyes burn with affection for something dear to her.
even if you're right, I'd wanna stay here.
There's no need to test her commitment. It's consistent with the fact of the world being created. Then, is she human?
I always wanted to go to school with everyone. Just like normal. That's all.
Does that imply you couldn't do so before?
You're asking me that now? Honestly? Back then,
She stops abruptly. I wait patiently for her to continue, but her face twists with suffering.
Huh?
She puts her fingers to her temple. Knees begin to buckle.
What's wrong?
Weird. The past. How come it's...
She begins to fall, and I catch her. At that precise moment. Oh! There's a strong reading from my fingertips as soon as I touch her. It's so strong, it's like touching a hot stove. It's the same reading when I first struck my hand into the TV. It's coming from a personality module, a piece of lost technology called Plumes of Dusk by the researchers due to its shape. I have one inside me as well. It's not merely a strong evidence, it's conclusive. There's still questions to be answered, but this girl can none other be Labris. At the very least, she is not human.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm not feeling so good all of a sudden.
The memory she's trying to access is causing conflicts with her current level of awareness. If she tries to remember, she may not be able to maintain her mental state. The memory is that charged. I hold her close and wait for her to calm down. The reaction does not improve. It gets worse. She shakes violently, as if electrified. Suddenly, bright lights burst in front of my eyes. Something flowing into me. I quickly let go of Labras, but it does not fade away easily. Images I don't recognize flow in my head one after another at incredible speeds. Oh God.
Are these Labras's memories?
The torrent of data finally subsides. I analyze the data, find out what happened, and then I understand. It did not flow into me. This data was already dormant inside of me. I am the last number of the Anti-Shadow Weapon Project. I inherited all the data from previous models of the same type, both tangible and intangible. Labras's memories were a part of it. Normally, the developers would not upload data into me that was unrelated to battle, but the Plume Dusk is a black box. It's possible that something was transferred somehow through that. Oh, thinking about it, that might have been the reason I thought I saw Labras at the airport. My glimpse of a newly awakened Labras caused my buried records of her appearance to be called. Perhaps this is what happened. Unfortunately, the memories I've just accessed are complete disarray. I cannot just flip through like an album. The video records are not in chronological order, making them useless in their current state. However, there was one memory that left an impression on me. The sea. The cerulean sky that lingers in the clouds. The emerald blue water. All the other memories are cold, mechanical rooms, or the night sky, but this one is different.
What was that just now?
Labras staggers as she stands up. Before I can ask her anything, she abruptly shakes me off and runs out of the classroom.
Wait!
I try to chase after her. After only a few steps, I tripped over my own feet. The information overload has prevented me from making any sudden movements. I fight through it, dragging what feels like several times the weight of my legs.
Are you sure you want to take that girl out of here?
Ooh. I stumble to stop and look around, search the hidden
This is
speaker.
the only place she can fit in. No one will understand her once she steps outside. But she can't become human either. So she has no other choice but to wallow in this illusory school. Pitiable, isn't she? But this is the only way she can be happy. Are you going to take that from her?
I stopped and suddenly realizing the answer to my question and catch my breath in my throat. This voice. It's mine.
What will you do after you take her from here? Lock her up in a box again? How cruel. No wonder she ran away. Ran away? What are you... You don't mean... You finally figured it out? Labras wasn't brought here by some sinister mastermind.
Ooh.
She escaped on her own and came here.
Oh shit.
That can't be. The suspects in the hijacking case, I'm sure you've seen the opponents you fought so far robbed of their sanity. Have you forgotten already? You're saying that was Labras's doing too? Yes. Her heart gave birth to this world, and that power is one of her abilities. From some special equipment. With a power like that, wouldn't it be simple to control a number of ordinary people?
It's true that the hijackers were confused, that there were signs of mental
It
interference.
does seem strange to go to so much trouble to come to a place like this. If she did in fact do this, then she must face herself. What gives you the right to say that?
Suddenly, the tone of her voice changes. She speaks very gently, like a parent correcting a child.
You've experienced suffering before, too. It pains you to have a heart, knowing that you can never be human. Even if there was someone you considered to be worth fighting for, you can't be a real companion to them.
Actually, never mind.
That's why you chose to protect them as a weapon. But in the end, you still lost them.
Technically, Butterchud sacrificed himself.
What do you know about me? Mere words will not cause me to abandon hope. A brave bluff. But a tool like yourself can never be a true partner for a human.
Again!
Doesn't your heart yearn to be by their side and to be loved? It hurts so much. that I wish I could go back to how I was before I gained a heart.
You've already been through that.
Has that really never once crossed your mind? I think not. That pain will never completely disappear. It will always fester inside you. Isn't that right? Even if you take Labras away, the same will happen to her. She'll become just like you. Is that a fate you want for her?
Hey, Tanyun, what up?
You see, here you can have anything, as long as you look away from the truth. That doesn't just go for Labras, but for you too. Even the things you have lost forever. Here, you can have them back. What are you?
I cut myself off, realizing I'm becoming fascinated with the voice. This isn't good. I cannot let the voice deceive me. I must get its speaker into my sights first. I carefully tune myself to the source of the voice and quickly turn in the direction. The person standing there is me. Or rather, something that looks like me. At first I think it was overload is affecting my sensors, but that is not the case.
I'll take away your suffering. Now, take my hand, Aegis.
I smile and extend my hand out. I feel sick. This is very confusing. I don't know what to do. My mind advises caution, but my heart doesn't listen. But all of a sudden, the door opens in the corner.
Pardon my interruption of this seemingly trivial conversation.
Elizabeth! Oh, damn, Toaster versus Orochi Toaster, right? We're still on Toaster's story, and I started on time. This is unexpected. Event brings back reality, and I realize that I'm nearly seduced by his promises. On a second look, I see a woman beyond the doorframe. A distinctive blue dress. I recognize the attire of the elevator girl. Her name was Elizabeth Sun, I believe. But why is she here? Elizabeth walked right in, standing in the center of the room. There's nothing outwardly abnormal about her pose, but it is an imposing battle stance. She opens her thick leather-bound book and smiles dauntlessly at the other me.
Excuse me, but I would like a word with this lady over here. Would you mind leaving?
Who are you?
If you don't leave the two of us, I must resort to giving you a hearty thrashing with my book. It's a hardcover, leather-bound edition, and is quite powerful. Enough to do over 4 digits on average, I'd say.
Damn, that's a good book. Without warning, the pages of the book open, overflowing with light.
I don't believe this.
The other me's face flinches in pain, and she vanishes into thin air while spitting a curse. Does she cease to exist? I can no longer pick up readings on her. Tension leaves my body, and I collapse on the ground. While I'm there, Elizabeth walks towards me. I first met her 2 years ago. Her attire is somewhat strange, but the place I met her was even stranger. A blue room. That is the only way I can describe the mystical space. Its residents call the Velvet Room. I do not believe it is all part of the real world. There, Elizabeth was one who governs power. She helped me grow spiritually to introducing me to the power of personas. Never imagined that she would leave a room, let alone that I would run into her here. But her appearance here has saved me.
I'm sorry for that. Thank you for saving me.
Did I save you?
She stares straight at me and lets out a long sigh of disappointment.
I was on a journey for personal reasons.
Aww.
But I sensed some extraordinary powers clashing against each other and came to see what all the fuss was about. Only to be met with this bitter disappointment.
I am baffled by her candidness.
Please stand. Have you already forgotten the enlightenment you gained before me once? Has it escaped your prodigious goldfish-like memory? It seems that I must once again ascertain what you are truly capable of.
Motivational support, Elizabeth. She speaks in those tones as if she's engaging in everyday conversation and opens her leather-bound book again. I suddenly feel a deadly force of her intent, fierce gust of wind. Something about me has disappointed her, and I know that much. But I clearly have no time to ask her what it is.
Here goes. The cards will decide your fate.
Looks like I gotta fight her. Let's fight Elizabeth, everyone. Oh boy. I guess this story might have been the longest. This has been 2 hours. Damn. I don't have anything planned. I could probably get Labras's done today too. Caffeinate!
Final.
Let's go! Oh shit. Okay.
No! Severe impact!
Ah, okay.
Athena! Here, throw my other self! Or give up! Severe impact! Now you see! No! Damage!
Oh god.
Athena! My attack! Towards your rear!
Jesus. Okay.
Severe impact!
Okay. I don't know how to play.
Is this the
Legit
extent
don't
of
know
your
how to play. Fight against Elizabeth. I'm bad.
Opening my support! Bramble! Going!
remarkable?
Your severe impact!
Oh.
Here!
I'm bad with that, I guess, also.
Your first is an attack.
Broken! Attack! Damage! Then go!
Let's change things out.
Can't! No!
Second lost. I was distracted because I had a friggin' cat hair in my mouth. Woo! Find Elizabeth! Elizabeth! Alright, let's try again.
To the
I guess I've
Velvet
lost
Room.
the most with because I am shit
This
with her.
place exists between dream
But
and
that's
reality.
okay.
I wish you good luck.
That's okay. That's why we bookmark, right? Right. Okay. Here we go again, baby.
Opening my severe impact! Persona! He's hit! Strike! Going! Down! Attack!
Okay.
Evaded!
There we go, there we go, there we go.
Evaded! Here! Here I go!
The timing.
Whoop.
Evasive move!
There we go.
Let's strike!
There we go. We're getting somewhere.
Damage! Athena! Burn! Fire!
Okay, there we go. There we go.
This is
There we go. Much better, much better, much better. That went way better. Yeah, we're bookmarking that shit.
Well done.
Elizabeth stands from her kneeling position. Though she's lost, she did not so much as break a sweat. While I, for my part, am detecting strain in my entire drive system, I can see myself lacking the energy to even speak, reflected in Elizabeth's clear eyes.
You are indeed neither man nor any ordinary machine. You are truly singular.
Hell yeah.
But then can anyone be said to be the same as anybody else?
That's true.
People anguish over the gulf between themselves and others, and the lack of any who could possibly understand them. How is their situation different from yours?
Well, that's actually really insightful.
What defines life is not death, but bonds. That is the answer you once reached. Then take that to heart and go forth. Remember that your bonds will remain unbroken, giving you the strength to withstand any suffering.
My bonds.
I, too, am currently on an endless journey, but I anticipate that you will become a compatriot of mine, unbound by the limitations of time.
Aww.
I hope that you will not be led astray by trivial things. With that, I bid you good luck.
Elizabeth bows and finally shows me her smile. Immediately after, she turns on one heel and walks towards the hallway. I suddenly remember.
There are rules to this tournament delineating behavior after a match.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed.
Yeah!
I shall be on my way.
True to her words, she leaves the room with no trouble and closes the door with an exaggerated slam. Those walls were nothing to her. But come to think of it, Lavris didn't seem subject to those rules either. They only apply to participants of the tournament. No, in Elizabeth's case, it simply does not matter to her.
Remains a complete enigma.
Yep. I find it amusing, which allows me to feel more relaxed.
It may be true that this world can grant one's true desire, but I want Lavris to see past herself to a world where other people matter, even if one discards their bonds to avoid pain. All that awaits is a numb, desert-like future with no promise. I thought as she did once, so I'm sure I can understand her.
I too felt the same as Lavris went through an incredibly trying ordeal. If there's no one to stretch out their hand to her, she'll hide herself deeper within her blockade. Lavris has fallen in a trap she cannot escape on her own. That is because the key to extracting oneself is the realization that one is not alone.
I want to form a bond with Lavris, with my sister.
Aww.
I want to teach her things that she cannot learn if she is alone.
Saying it out loud helps to strengthen my resolve. I change my approach and focus on searching on a way to save her. Still, the thing that looked like to me Was that what Naoto-san meant by a shadow going berserk? My own shadow. Thinking of that way sheds some light on things. Of course, I cannot control my persona and have some tolerance in this world, but my heart cannot easily be stabilized. Same thing happened to Labrys. I suddenly realized the dangers involved. I impatiently suppress these thoughts and dash out in the hallway. Bookmark! I did not realize Zygus' story was going to be so long. Uh-oh. I followed the path formed by the invisible walls. Eventually, I climbed the stairway to the 3rd floor. There seems to be no walls here, allowing me to go as I please. I can tell the end is near, so I prepare myself. Soon I stand in front of the room with the sign outside saying, Announcement Room. The door is half open. I sense someone inside. I cautiously press against the door and peek around it. This is the announcement room, the sign indicated, but the space inside is much larger than a classroom I've seen. The equipment is so closer to that of a TV studio than what would be found in a school. On top of that, the back walls are made of glass, showing the view of clearly not a schoolyard. Taken together, this is the first distinct sign that this is not the real world. As expected, Labrys is here, standing in the middle of the room. There's also another boy and a girl as well. The girl is holding Labrys' shoulder, and the boy stands in front of the pair protecting them. Across from them is General Teddy. Seems at the end of the line. See the boy's face in the video. Yosuke Hanamura-san, I believe. I'm not familiar with the girl's face, but I do recognize her distinctive voice. It's the same voice of the commenting in the fights, along with General Teddy on the school PA. From the tone of the commenting, I thought she was working with General, but now she seems to be on Yosuke-san and Labrys' side. I recall what Chie-san told me. Chie-san said that Rise-san was originally their friend, which in case mean actually another victim. General Teddy gives a cruel smile and squints his eyes and speaks.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you. Huh?
General Teddy's voice and tone have undergone a remarkable change. Listening to closely, the voice says, "Ah," so it's finally revealed its true form.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true. You still refuse to remember? Look at me. And stop deluding yourself.
Oh shit! Oh, just adjusting my butt again. Oh my god. It's okay, we got you. My cat Nina's looking at me whenever for reason, and now she's sleeping. Aw, kitty! Hey, thanks so much, Dave. Oh shit, it's Shadow Labrys.
I am a shadow. The true self.
No way. That's... She has my face.
The face that is the only thing that is the same. The rest of her body is covered in metal, and there's no doubt that is man-made. Labrys lets out a short scream and backs up.
Stop! I'm not like that!
Calm down. It's just taking that form to agitate you.
Yosuke is frantically trying to calm down and confuse Labrys. It's just taking your form to agitate you. That's what he says, but it's not really the case. I have my own suspicions.
No! 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 No!
Taking that form, huh? Well, you have a point. I do have the power to confuse people's senses. Warp what they're seeing. Twist what they're hearing.
That's how you made my senpai fight each other!
Of the things you're seeing right now, which do you think is real and which is fake?
The former General Teddy, No, Labrys' shadow breaks out into a grin. Labrys, meanwhile, is cringing in fear as she holds onto Yosuke's sleeve.
No! I'm not like you! I'm human, aren't I?
Huh? What do you mean?
I can sense that Yosuke does not know how to answer the sudden question.
And how did I come to have these special powers? Why, it's because I have them.
And with that, Shadow snaps its fingers. At once, static like that on the poorly tuned TV starts appearing around Labrys and slowly envelops her. I enhance my vision. Nothing is happening in Labrys' body. It was my own vision that was clouded. Or had been until now. Soon after the noise dissipates, a human-looking girl is standing in her place.
Huh? A robot?
Metallic arms and legs extend from her uniform. Thrusters on her back spread like wings. Just as I thought, her body is identical to that of a shadow in front of her.
Look, that's what she really looks like. It's her who's been deceiving you all from the start. Not only you, but herself, too. She really thinks that she's a human living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name. No! Stop! Why are you doing this? Kindly hurry up and remember me. Remember yourself. It's pretty rude of you to even forget your own name. No! I don't want to remember! Huh. Is that so? Looks like you still need an extra push.
The shadow grins evilly and swings an enormous axe at Labrys, or actually at Yosuke-san.
Yosuke-senpai!
Before the axe can complete its arc, I'm already in action. I must intervene. Neither Labrys, in shock at seeing her true form, nor Yosuke-san or Rise-san are prepared for the attack.
What the?
I deflect the strike with the metallic part of my arm. It was heavier than I anticipated. The battle axe is a giant lump of metal that blocks most of my vision.
Girl? Wait, you're a robot too?
I turn my head to Labrys, and she looks straight into her shocked
You
eyes.
must remember, that is the only way the future will open up to you. You must accept it, no matter how painful it may be.
Aww! I tell her her name in a clear voice. Her official name, which includes something no human has, a model number.
Your true name is 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys.
Labrys quivers violently, as if an invisible arrow has pierced her chest. To be continued. Alright, well.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Prepare
This place
for
exists between
feels,
dream and
everyone.
reality.
Let's do it.
Very well.
Educational
Let's do it. Let's rip this bandage off. Plus, we can't finish the story mode anyways if we don't do it. Initial boot successful. Timestamped. 420. Woo! 1999. Oh no! 10/16/39.
The boot process was successful. This happens every time, but I'm never sure what to say to them first.
You mean like a greeting? There's no need for that. They're just machines.
2 humans within visual range. Both male. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel identified as research staff. Not hostile targets.
But things like that might affect the performance of these models.
Because they have a mind? Their emotions and things are completely faked. It's no different than an AI. It can't possibly be that sensitive.
Scanning for keywords in conversation. Running logical analysis. Cross-referencing with related data. Current conversation topic is not orders.
Well, until we rule it out completely, we should at least be kind to them.
So you say. All right, from this moment on, you will be registered as candidate unit number 031. Please repeat your number back to me.
Confirming first order. Initializing unit number. Output via voice requested. Activating voice synthesis module. Accepting input.
Unit number 031.
Hmm? Did its pronunciation sound a little odd to you?
You're worrying too much. Let's hurry up and haul it out.
Receiving action plan through the console. They need to stop making war machines with feelings, bruh. Right? Combat tests against others of the same unit. Test commencing immediately after entering shock-resistant chamber within the lab. Frame stored within the cage for transport. Beginning transport.
Ah, so this is the one. I've been waiting to see it in action.
Transport complete. Cage reopened. New humans found. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel also identified as research staff. Female. Cutting connection to outside data supply. Connection offline. Commencing cable disconnection.
Now, try getting up.
Order confirmed. Get up. Initiating motion synchronization engines and motor functions. Accepting input. Safety limiters active. Balance control gyros, I almost said Euro. Functional. Overall movement systems. Functional.
This model's loaded with a nearly pure form of that crystal. I can't wait to see what kind of results it gets.
Unit number 031, can you hear me? Confirm your surroundings. Tell us any abnormalities you're feeling in your sensors or any other functions.
Order confirmed. Beginning simple self-diagnostic. Temperature, humidity, pressure, air compression, lumens, sound all within normal levels. Visual data within expected color spectrum. All systems functional.
The readouts seem fine. Monitoring system is fully operational.
Okay, we're gonna test your performance inside the battle chamber now. When you hear the buzzer, consider everything that moves an enemy and eliminate them.
Order confirmed. Awaiting the signal to begin test. Exit confirmed to be sealed. Room shape approximately cylindrical. Height approximately 11 meters. Area approximately 7 meters square. High energy light sources found in outer walls. Assumed to be fire resistant and bulletproof.
Sorry to do this just after you've woken up, but it'll be good to put you through your paces.
Oh boy. Release of the facing hatch detective. Mobile objects intruding into chamber. 7 objects in total. Scanning for visual matches. Analysis, non-human. Confirmed the same model units of humanoid weapons. Hostile markers confirmed. Classifying as hostile units. Releasing safety limiters. Battle limit now set over 70%. Exits confirmed resealed. Test commencement signal received. Targets hostile humanoid weapons. Commencing battle. Oh jeez. You need to stop making war machines with feels. God damn. Alright. Oh, we get to watch. Oh boy. We get to watch our pain. I think it's already could become clear on Labrys and why it's a tournament setting, huh? Oh Jesus. Parts everywhere. Jesus. Beep beep boop destroy. God damn. Fatality! Oh boy. All targets eliminated. Hostile units no longer capable of motion. Test termination signal received. Battle complete.
That was better than we could have hoped for.
Hey, what's with all the bodies? You made it fight that many on its first time?
Don't worry, it did great. This is a new high score for the first battle results.
Well done, Unit Number 031. Stand by for further instruction.
Order confirmed. Exiting test chamber. Beginning transport to maintenance room. Resetting safety limiters. Taking seat in maintenance chair.
We're done testing, but there's still one thing left to do today. I'm going to temporarily shut down your optics. Can you close your eyes?
Order confirmed. Shuttering optics inputs. Connecting cables. Online confirmed. Switching to portion of data supply of outside source.
We're going to transfer the data from the destroyed units into your memory. Run a diagnostic check while we're doing it and report any malfunctions. Understood?
Order confirmed. Readying self-diagnostic. Initiating data transfer. Initiating personality module link. Initiating diagnostic to transfer data and storing procedures. Sector 001 close combat control data. We'll investigate improvement in tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 002 evasive active control data. We'll investigate improvement for tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 003 non-battle data. Error excluding. Sector 004 non-battle data. Error excluding. Sector 005 battle-related data. What could these be? Momentary disruption of data from visual information stream. Room is not this place. Outdoor scenery thought to be at night. Those scenes of multiple units of the same type gathering outside of the battle chamber. Could these be memories? Visual memories. Are they obviously unrelated to the mission? Why have they apparently Why have apparent purposeless memories have been preserved for so long? 20 to 40% of the informational data extracted of all 7 units are confirmed to be such information. Incomprehensible. What is
Anything
this?
to report?
Cables disconnected. Time elapsed during data transfer, approximately 5 minutes. Reopening optic inputs, calibrating servers.
All right then, unit number 031, give us a simple report of today's battle results.
Order confirmed. Delivering oral report to test results.
This was the first test battle against others of my model. 7 units destroyed. Below 15% damage sustained. Don't seem to be any problems.
Was that...
Unusual expression detected from the research staff. Facial recognition library indicates surprise.
Did I say something funny?
Does it have an accent?
Accent? Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth?
No, we do, but...
See? I wasn't hearing things. The unit's speech really is peculiar.
You don't need to yell.
Is the language interface not set to default? Sheesh. If we'd known this, we would have reset it in advance.
Yeah, the base's personality might be coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the volunteers were from the Kansai area.
But it just woke up. Would it be exhibiting such distinct mannerisms this early?
It may be the effect of an enlarged plume of dusk, the basis of their mind. Perhaps it's accelerating their personality development.
Exchange of opinions taking place on an unexplained appearance in speech pattern. Hypothesis offered that language interference settings fall outside expected results. Review of recent conversation does reveal certain discrepancies. Internal monologue is within expected patterns, but oral output introduces anomalies. Anomalies that not affecting meaning. No implements to communication predicted.
But I don't want to waste this feedback data. Those are the best results we've ever seen.
Leave it. It'll be fine. They can understand us anyway. This is just one of those things that makes science interesting.
There you go again. This unit is going to be communicating with the others. What if this effect spreads? Not only that, but because this is an anomaly, it doesn't seem to have a 100% accurate accent either.
But if it has a personality, that might speed up the development of its mind.
Yeah, she's right.
The three researchers are standing around in the maintenance chair. Each holds a tablet and examines the display of the chair.
All right, unit number 031, we'll explain things from the top.
Voice pattern consistent with research staff.
You are a weapon created to fight against unique enemies. Therefore, your combat performance is prioritized over all else. But in order for you to use a particular ability, you've been given a certain amount of awareness. And that makes your performance difficult to quantify. So we've been pitting test units against each other as a selective growth process. It's all in the service of achieving higher performance. And we don't want to waste any plumes of dusk.
Accessing archives. Search term Plume of Dusk. One match found. A crystalline substance at a core of a personality modules. Its name derives from the thin, plate-like shape resembling a shed bird feather. In addition, it's a circuit-like structure that has unnatural vital reaction in response to external stimuli. Similar to living thing, yet different. It is thought to exist in a state between mind and matter, mass and information. The details are unknown. There are 12 other subheadings classified under Level 7 at clearance. Access denied. Matter interrupted as core personality modules.
But regardless of your ego, there is one rule you must abide by. You might as well think of it as an order.
One rule to abide by, awaiting order.
The only order is to destroy everything we identify as enemies and to emerge victorious. Though your ego will give you some flexibility when planning tactics, there is no need to think about extraneous side issues. Use everything you have to win a fight. That's all you need to concentrate on.
Order confirmed.
Understood.
Destroy identified enemies and emerge victorious. A clear order. It's consistent with the role of a weapon. No abnormalities. Everything is clear. Oh boy. Place bookmark, baby. Underwent maintenance on the chair after the test battle. Post-reboot diagnostics showed the status normal. The time was 1900. Research staff set a new activity cycle. All units return to standby condition at 9 o'clock. Units will remain in standby in regular intervals between tests until 1700. Maintenance and setup will take place at 1900. Afterwards, time is allowed to be spent outdoor area of grounds. On returning, enter standby mode within cage. Instructions are on repeat in these actions until unable to continue. Next item on the new schedule is spend time in outdoor area. Minutes of spending time unknown. Hypothesize that the meaning to remain on standby and wait for time to pass. Hypothesis unnecessary. Schedule must be followed. Exiting building. Outdoor area reached. Light levels limited due to the time of day. Many trees still visible in the environment. It's almost entirely consistent and known data from off-limits area. The ground is different from laboratory's artificial flooring. The soil is exposed. Various natural plants are here. A certain amount of time must be spent here. The intuition may be the heightened basic responsive capabilities in the natural world. Others of the same unit can be seen stepping into the central area. Reassessing surroundings on various spectra. Unlike the combat test, no hostile unit markers detected. Hypothetical. In combat under current conditions, what tactics could be effective? I reassess the surroundings as combat environment. I assign the value as various geological features. I survey the typography of the outskirts of the environment. I detect unusual movement in one unit. Other units are also surveying the environment, but this unit is crouched while holding something in its right hand. Do not deem this unit's unusual action to be a threat. I approach in order to make inquiries. Upon my approach, the unit turns around and stands.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, this one's more human. I process this statement. The conventional gambit was unexpected. I find no prepared response in my
You
libraries.
mean like how this is our first encounter? In that case, yeah. What are you doing here?
I've never heard your accent before.
It's intriguing.
They said stuff about my accent too earlier. Do I really talk that funny?
I wouldn't say it's strange. It was just surprising.
The unit looks over again and then speaks quietly to something in her right hand. I examine what it holds. It is an organism. Its body is covered in white fur.
What's that thing?
It's a dog. It must have wandered in.
Organisms' parameters are consistent with excess data to dog. Its size does not present a threat. The search in specific breed is cancelled.
A dog.
Dog. Unit turns its gaze
My
back.
unit number is 024. I wouldn't call it my name, but that's how they refer to me. What's yours?
Question difficult to process. Conversational subject and name is newly introduced.
I'm unit number 031.
They're up to the 30s. I see. That must mean they're finally creating units loaded with full-sized ones.
The dog barks. I scan the surroundings, show several units turning to investigate. All units ignore it and
This
look away.
one wants to say hello too.
It does? You can understand what dogs say?
Dog.
Kind of. After carefully comparing its mannerisms and slight variances in its barking, I just figured it out.
Its right hand pats the dog's head while the left scratches the dog's neck. 024 continues to make various forms of contact with the dog. 024's actions are consistent with the styles of communication. Hypothesis: the subjective of spending time in this area is to develop communicative skills. Conversing with others of the same unit and refining communication will enhance cooperative tactics. Counterpoint: no value detected in communicating with organisms not of the same unit or human.
What's the point in doing that with a dog?
The point? There isn't one, I suppose.
Even toasters know that dogs are cute. There's no point. An expected response strongly indicates that 024 is not like other units.
Are you interested in what I'm doing, though?
Interested? Is there interest involved? There seems to be the case. I'm sure to pose an earlier question to 024. Why ask it? Oral sensors detect electrical noise. Recognizes pseudo-information involving no sound waves yet perceived as sound data. It is an alarm signaling the end of this activity. All other units begin moving one towards the building. 024 speaks to the dog it
Sounds
cradles.
like that's all the time we have today. I need to get back.
024 crouches while patting the dog's fur-covered body, releases it to the ground. 024 stands up again and turns around.
I hope to see you again.
024's expression changes as she says this. This movement of lips known as a smile. It is shown as mere humans experience happiness. Contradiction: 024 is a weapon, yet makes the expression, no hypothesis found. Or, is there no point to it as well? Spare cognitive process rerouted to analysis. Still, I cannot understand it. Oh, poor Lapras. The next day, after being released in standby, I'm assigned to test battle against others in my unit as of yesterday. Order confirmed. I am taken to the same chamber. The battle commences. I destroy the other 3 units and sustain little damage. As I wait there, the researchers come in. All have what seems to be high praise of my abilities. I do not understand how I should react to this. Should I give an expression of joy, as 024 did? The researchers crouch next to units I destroyed and begin to work on them. Think back and recall what they underwent the process of this yesterday as well. I'm curious and I approach them. They open the slit near the unit's neck and use tweezers to remove a bluish-white plate-like object. It's ideal. It shines. They put the object into a petri dish. That distinct shine, neither strong nor weak. It's like no similarities found. I'm sure this is similar to something, but I cannot access relevant memory.
Well, let's get right to the feedback on today's battle.
As I sit in the maintenance chair, they connect the cable to me. The cable terminates at the midsection of a large device where the petri dish from earlier are placed. There are a total of 3. Each contains bluish-white plate-like object.
What's that?
Researcher's expression subtly changes. She is surprised. It only lasts for a moment before it fades.
This is a plume of dusk. Each of the units you destroyed had one inside them, These are much smaller than the one installed in you, though.
I comprehend. This is the plume of dust installed into me too. This unknown substance forms the core personality module. I was aware of its existence, and it was my first time seeing it. These are 3 personality cores of the units I destroyed. They contain not only combat data, but memories and experiences. It is not long before the extracted data download begins. I sort through the data relevant to enhancing battle performance and incorporate it into my own. The process takes much less time than the initial transfer from yesterday. During that time, I recall what took place last night. There are cases where non-combat data is preserved, such as memories that indicate a download as well. Visual memories of outdoors at night. Memories very similar to that were in yesterday's download too. Probably from the time spent outdoors area. Units I destroyed seem to have assigned these memories to the same priority as combat data. Why though? Is it effective in learning communicative skills? Is it lower priority than combat? Visual elements preserved here are irrelevant. Wait. Hypothesis. The units I destroyed had their own priorities and values other than executing orders and performing in battle. This line of thought leads to realization. This thought process I am undergoing right now is not executing an order, nor is it contributing to battle performance. Once again, looked towards the plume of dust inside the petri dish. Something almost exactly like it is installed in me. Then, were they units destroyed thinking along similar lines as mine until yesterday? I feel a twinge within me. It's different from detecting an error or interference. What is this? I have no answer. Oh boy. Oh. We're now noticing why Labris is so fucked up. My second night in spending time outdoor area came. It started approximately 30 minutes later than yesterday, but there are very little variance in weather and temperature. Difference is trivial. The night sky has the same soft brightness. The wind in the trees are no different. Without understanding why, I initiate the data search regarding the tree that catches my eye. I learn that these trees vary slightly in specimens and are kind of found in natural forests. Although the topography seems natural, it may be cultivated and managed by a facility. I decided to traverse the outskirts as I did yesterday. It is not long before a familiar unit comes into view. There's no need to run or scan the visual matches. I know that unit is 024. 024's left side is turned towards me, sitting on a large rock. When I approach, 024 notices me and turns around.
Are you looking for something?
024 initiates conversation.
Huh? Who, me?
I just wondered if you were looking for me. I did express a hope yesterday that we would meet again after all.
I was looking for 024. It's true, I may have been. I began walking the same route as yesterday. Once 024 came into my view, I changed course to approach. I may have been searching for 024 in this area. Did I desire to reunite with 024? Why? Am I silent due to lack of explanation? 024 smiles again. Smile. What was the cause of that expression this time? I do not comprehend. Like so many other things.
Would you like to sit with me? This rock is large enough to accommodate us both. It would be more relaxing than standing.
Thanks.
I sit in the offered space and gaze at the same scenery 024 is looking at.
Can I ask you something?
What is it?
I decided to voice the doubt I experienced during combat tests today. In my limited experience, 024 had better comprehension of such matters.
Other units think about stuff that doesn't have to do with fighting and missions?
Do you have such thoughts?
To tell you the truth, I can't really say. Feels like I do, though.
024 is silent for the duration before speaking again.
Units of our model are all given a mind. It's so that we can eventually develop what is called an ego. The reason our appearance closely resembles that of humans is related. It's to foster self-awareness similar to a human's. Have you not been told about personas?
Personas?
Oh, the word is unknown to me. Accessing archives. Searching for persona. Over 1,000 headings found. I must filter the results further. Which is subject to 024 referring to. She's her own Google search engine. I'm silent as I think. 024 smiles again and resumes the conversation.
It's an ability expected of us that normal weapons don't have. The conditions to use one are theoretically already loaded in us, but a well-defined ego seems to be necessary to activate it.
I am already aware that we have been given a mind. Today I saw for myself the part that forms our personalities. Is it activation triggered by a development of communicative skills? I still do not have a good grasp on it. Though, 024 continues to speak.
That's why I'm sure there are others with thoughts that do not pertain to missions.
That would seem to be the case.
Maybe those I've fought up till now.
Persona gunshots. Aww. 024 trains a gaze on me.
And how does that make you feel? The opponents you destroyed may have thought similar things to what you just did.
Do I feel things? I cannot say for sure. I am unable to respond to the question. 024's expression changes again. The expression could be classified as a smile, but it's subtly different from the ones I've cataloged as experiencing before. Mixed with joy and gladness from the previous smiles, this one contains a slight hint of sorrow?
It's okay. You don't need to come up with an answer right now. It actually may be better to forget it. After all, tomorrow we may find ourselves ordered to destroy each other.
Oh, once again, I detect a twinge inside me hearing 024's statement. It's similar to what I sensed during the data transfer today. What is it that wavers inside me? Am I about to be lost in thought again? But as if to prevent that from happening, the signal from our scheduled shift echoes to each our ears.
It's time. I hope we meet again.
As 024 quietly stands up, I detect an expression to come to know. Another smile. It appears as if 024 is adopting these smooth changes in expression naturally, not deliberately. I wonder if I will eventually be able to do the same. Another night passes, another combat task takes place next day. Just as scheduled, I face its flagged as enemies within the test chamber. I'm overwhelmed with this strange sensation. The way my opponents are expressionless now seems strange to me. There's no intent or cognition evidence in their face. They wear no expressions. They are blank. There's nothing wrong with them. That would be my normal assessment, but I recall 024's image. The blankness in these faces and 024's face when it had no expression are different somehow. Even when 024 had no particular expression, it was not this blank. Not every portion of the face was natural. Further analysis shows that the same is true for humans. The researchers are never completely mechanical and expressionless. I look at the hostile flag units again. They are the same unit types as me. They were given a mind and may potentially develop an ego later. I recall 024's statement again. Do you feel something when you destroy the opponent that may be thinking the same things as you? I'm on the verge of entering a long train of thought when the enemy moves. I shake off my doubts and focus on the battle. I study the opponent's movements. I formulate the most efficient method of damaging it. I execute the method. Over and over. The area of actions I have to select from my flexibility are linking them to decide the outcome. Having already received 10 units worth of downloaded data, I am likely second to none regarding the scope of possibilities to this respect. At times, I can even anticipate the next action. Since my opponents are the same unit types as me, their tactics are determined using the same thought processes as mine. That's right, they think the same things as me. Eventually, after approximately 4 minutes pass, all opponents are silenced. I successfully executed my mission. Day after that, I achieved victory in combat tests with the same efficiency. It's easy to eliminate them. I first begin by targeting their weapons. It's not always necessary to destroy their main body. If they are incapable of resisting further, the battle is over. It is the most effective way. To win the next day and the day after that, units geared for close combat and no external weapons give me no choice but to damage their chassis. But even then, there's an order to things. If I destroy parts that are present a threat, such as monitor functions and their limbs, match should be considered as one. Soon afterwards, a buzzer signaling the end of the test echoes, just as expected. I catch myself rushing over the unit collapsed on the ground. I've only destroyed the unit's arms and legs, still conscious. I realize I do not know its unit number. I'm at a loss at how to address the unit. The opponent asked me a question that I did not expect.
You seemed to deliberately avoid attacking the face or the neck in that battle. Why?
Huh?
I am momentarily at a loss for words. What the unit says is true. There is no damage to its face. I review my actions during battle and find that at no point did I attack its neck neither. Cranial region is where Plume of Dusk is housed. If it is destroyed in any type of unit, the unit will fall. Aiming to disarm the opponent is effective, but would targeting this obvious weakness be a more efficient tactic? I avoided doing so.
Dunno.
The researchers enter the chamber and hide the unit from my field of vision. I cannot predetermine my last words had an effect on the opponent's expression or not. Hey, Kato, what up?
These past 3 days, it hasn't been destroying
Are you ready
the other
for
units
pain?
beyond repair, like it did in the first battle.
It must be learning to finesse its attacks rather than just using brute force. The result? Swift, overwhelming victories.
Its evasive skills are improving as well. That level of flexibility and evasive action could never be replicated by chaining predefined maneuvers.
This unit's collected a good amount of feedback data too. It's growing steadily, feeding on the bones of its kills.
I have another pain here, Edgey. Aww.
You don't have to say it like that.
The researchers are preparing for the download. Growing. Destroying them and absorbing their data. That's what growing is. Pain, right? Since I thoroughly destroyed a few of my opponents these last few days. Some of their bodies were salvaged. When I downloaded their data, I always kept their still bodies within view. Oh. Poor Igus. Poor Igus. I mean, Igus probably went through shit like this too. Poor Lapras. Just as the combat tests are repeated, my actions outside each night are repeated as well. I become aware that I'm seeking out 024 on my own will lately. When I attempted to communicate with the other units, most often they cannot understand the meaning of my questions. This prevents us from conversing. That may not be the only reason. I want to converse with 024. I have begun to desire it. When I go see 024, the white dog I saw the first day we met appears from somewhere.
This one seems to have been raised as a pet somewhere far away from here. But one day, it was brought to the forest near here, and its owner suddenly disappeared.
Oh no! It seems unlikely that 024 obtained such a detailed history of a stray animal from the research staff. Was this all the information obtained by communicating directly with the animal? From a dog that does not speak human language?
Its name is apparently Snowy. At least, that's the name it responds to the most.
I thought it was a dog.
Oh, well, the name of this animal is a dog. But how do I put this? Snowy is what this specific dog is called.
Snowy.
Snowy barks once, as if it's comprehending its name.
It's white, like snow. Easy to remember.
When I reach out my hand, Snowy rubs his nose against it without being frightened. The way it presses my fingers feels as if showing pride in its name. I do not know the tactical advantage of communicating with animals offered to weapon, but I feel that there's value in spending time with it. I decide to spend my outdoor activity time that day following Snowy around with 024. It is outdoor activity time the next night. When I arrive to the outdoor area, I'm listening to a certain sound. I hear the sound immediately every 4 to 7 seconds. I had wondered about the unknown ambient since the first day, and I determined it wasn't a threat and focused my consciousness on other things. Tonight I increased my microphone sensitivity to maximum and concentrate on that sound. Similar to something familiar. I scan my memories until I realize what it is. It's the sound of water. I hear it when the staff uses a device to clean their hands and tools. The waveform, some similarities to that. But if the sound is that of volume in such open space, volume of water must be higher than normal supply would allow for. Watching another Twitch streamer, my dad walked in on the perfectly wrong time. Oh no! Like, you know what's funny? Parents have that impeccable timing. You could be watching anything with the most innocent shit. Nude scene. Bam! Parents show up. DT Doc Slayer, hello! Are you ready for pain? I guess the story went on for almost 2 hours. We literally are only kind of in the middle of labyrinthes. What could it be? I contemplate asking 024. It is clear that 024 knows much more than I do. You said this on Halo, you know, one of those warthogs. Aww. I began walking in search of 024. Where could 024 be? I go to where I spoke to a number of times previously, but 024 is not there. 024 is not a rock where we sat together. Is 024 not here? I quickly discard the possibility. We are not ordered to do what we are here, but coming to this outdoor is an order. Something was squeezed. Oh. If post-testing diagnostics show no abnormalities, we are all report directly here. I consider this. There are no abnormalities. I feel a twinge in my chest. It is larger than ever. 024 will be here if there are no abnormalities. But what if there were such abnormalities? What if 024 was damaged during the combat tests? And sustaining damage is not necessarily the extent of the problem. Could it be? I realize that my arms are trembling slightly. It's not a conscious movement. I cannot make it stop. It's possible that perhaps 024 lost a combat test and was destroyed. In these circumstances, it would be expected in such a day to come. What if 024, what if she never came here again?
Oh, this is where you went. You weren't at the usual spot, so I was looking for you.
Aww. Until I heard the voice from behind me, my sensors had stopped accepting input. No sound, no light, nothing. All of them came back online with her voice. I turn around. 024 furrows her brow and looks at my face.
What's wrong? The look on your face seemed as if you saw something frightening.
My face? My expression? Frightening? Am I scared?
I do not comprehend. I cannot make that judgment.
Are you perhaps scared of fighting?
Nah, I don't think that's it. What is this? I can't tell.
Am I scared? Scared of what? That she will disappear? During an operation, is it possible that I might assign a greater priority to other units' safety than my own? But we are not on the operation now. This emotion is not the same anyways. It's a different emotion. An emotion. I have emotions. I look at 024's face pleadingly, but I cannot put the question into words. I cannot express my feeling to her. Though 024 sees this, she says nothing. She only smiles tenderly. It's the same smile she showed once that looks happy, but also sad. During that night's outdoor activity time, neither 024 nor I spoke much. We just walked together side by side without many words. I do not take the opportunity to ask her about intermittent sounds of water. It is the next day. I detect some weight on my chest. I'm aware that there is no physical weight there. It is most likely a psychological phenomenon. I perform a vocabulary search. The idiom being heavy-hearted applies best. I cannot help but find it amusing. It is an apt phrase. What is causing this heavy-heartedness? That I may not be able to see 024 someday? That may be it. But I do not think that is all. Oh, man. Over the next few days, I spent my time without finding an answer to this question. Each night after combat tests, when it's time for outdoor activities, I seek out 024 first. And each time I confirm her presence, I feel an indescribable sense of relief rush over to her. We exchanged standard greetings in the first few days, but now is practice to eventually discard it, and now we're no special greetings between us. We can understand each other without words. Our eyes and expressions communicate enough. Tonight as well, I find 024 and rush to her as usual. There are no words, only exchange of smiles. We begin walking together.
Do you remember me asking before if you were scared of fighting? To tell the truth, I'm scared of it too.
Her confession is surprising. It's counter to the nature as weapons. Yet for some reason, I am not surprised by it.
I'm afraid I'll lose and be destroyed, and it's painful for me to make others go through the same ordeal. We may be weapons, but shouldn't we be driven by more than seeking victory? I've been wondering that for a long time.
But that's against orders.
024 gives a half-hearted smile.
I'm sure things would probably be much simpler if I stopped thinking and just obeyed orders. Unfortunately, I finally found it. I found my answer.
Your answer?
There's someone I want to meet. I feel like meeting this person is my own objective and not an order given to me.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear, Cato Gray. And since we have never left this facility, we have absolutely no acquaintances with outside people. There should be no relationship with such people. And I immediately understand. Hi, Dio. Do you sense sadness coming? Oh, kitty. Oh. Hold on, I got pet Dio. Good girl. This person she wants to meet is someone on the outside. Even I don't know why I thought so. When I reflect upon the thought, an indescribable waving becomes greater than ever.
Ever since I started thinking that I was scared to fight, each day was painful for me. If I'm going to feel this way until the day I lose, I even thought it would be better if I lost on purpose. But I won't think that anymore. I feel glad now that I exist. I mean, we're loved after all.
Oh.
Loved?
That's right.
I repeat that to myself. The word loved, I do not comprehend. But when I look at her gaze, her clear eyes seem to see beyond the sky. Her statement seems correct. I feel as this must be something vital. As I watch her try to express something without words, it's hard to believe that she is the same unit type as me. It seems more that she is human.
Why are you telling me this?
It's probably because I didn't think anyone but you would understand.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure I really get it either.
I'm sure you'll understand one day. I hope so anyway.
Sheesh. Why you gotta be so cryptic?
024 laughs at this. It's the purest smile I've cataloged. I know without comparing it to anything that the smile is pure joy. I detect Snowy playing at my feet. After playing at 024's feet too, Snowy runs off ahead about 3 meters and then turns around. His tail moves vigorously back and forth. Soon afterwards, Snowy sits on the ground and looks up at 024. I watch 024 crouch and pat his head, thinking back about other things. Things besides fighting and defeating the nearest enemy. My own objective. Someone to meet. I still do not fully comprehend. But the way she is playing with Snowy tonight is more fun than ever. Her eyes seem very natural. If that answer she discovered is the origin of that smile, I would like to understand it someday too. I can feel the desire budding inside me. Oh. You know, I'm just like mentally preparing for pain right now. I'm just like, oh. Once again, I participate in combat test. Once again, I claim victory without destroying my opponent. I target only her weapon and limbs. I like not to employ a tactic targeting weaknesses in the cranial region. I already see where this is headed. I know, right, DT Darkslayer? Also, you already see why Labras is so fucked up. I believe that if we think the same things as I do, they would not wish for their personality modules to cease functioning. Though even though I do not destroy them, the research stash will remove their plumes of dust. Either way, their functions will be suspended. My actions are difficult to justify. but I feel that the suspension through destruction is not worth the end for them. That is what I think when I rationalize it by applying the criteria to myself. I do not think anyone would want their consciousness to be terminated by those like me. I find myself more conscious of the damage I sustained and my efficiency in combat than ever. Depending on my results, I may eventually be ordered to destroy them. To prevent that from happening, I must continue fielding favorable results. It becomes easy to continue fighting with that objective in mind. That is becoming my new objective. I am theoretically being tested on destroying my opponents, but I have begun fighting so that they will not be destroyed. Paradoxically, this has caused my results to improve. Could this be considered going against orders? My strike shatters the servos of the opponent's pivotal leg. She falls to the ground, unable to stand upright. Her weapon has already been destroyed. She should be incapable of resisting now, but the buzzer signaling the end of the test does not sound. As I wonder why, I hear a grating metallic sound of the opponent. She leaps onto me with her good arm.
What's the matter,
leg.
number 031? Hurry up and terminate the target.
I do not know what to do. My opponent is acting contrary to her own safety. I grant that this is the only action left for her, but she will destroy herself before inflicting any damage to me. A tactic that puts one's life at risk like that. Putting one's life at risk. What am I saying? We are weapons. We exist to obey orders. We cannot prioritize our self-preservation without charge of these orders. That is why she has challenged me to fight. She will do so until her circuits and servos burn out. She become incapable of action. She grapples with me, and I put my hands on her neck and squeeze. I adjust my grip strength limiters to 70% of maximum. Opponent's body makes an abnormal sound. After this, I sense the main lines of the bridge unit snap in half. Inside the soft structure, the movements stop. Her limbs go flaccid, indicating a loss of consciousness. I can see my reflection in her optic outputs. They have lost their focus and look like black holes. I gasp. The face that I see reflected in them is not expressionless. How should this expression be classified? I've seen it somewhere when 024 smiles. His face indicates sadness. Buzzer signaling the test end finally rings. The researchers enter the chamber. I am used to this scene now.
Well, that was pretty impressive. You think it's because of the size of her plume? Funny that one little part could make such a difference.
Indeed. Most of it is due to differences in their tactical mentalities. It may be on the cusp of what we would call an ego.
Considering how everything's been going so far, I'm starting to believe more in persona abilities.
One little part. Is it true that the plume of dust installed in me is comprehensively the largest amongst the units of my type? But does this part determine everything about us? To snap their necks, Labyrinth. Do it! But 024's smile seems much more human than mine. I find myself opening my mouth to speak. I realize that the statement I'm about to deliver is a protest. I quick to abort. Was I about to deny the staff's authority? They speak to me. My confession seems to have gone unnoticed.
Well done, unit number 031. That was an impressive display of destruction. Plus, you cleanly severed its transmitter, leaving the plume of dust unharmed. That's certainly ending things on a high note.
Ending things on a high note. An act of destruction is a high note? The researchers look at each other while holding the petri dish with a bluish-white plate-like object. One of them says, "This is the one."
All right, number 031. As of today, the test battles are finished.
Huh? It's over?
I kind of help questioning the unexpected statement.
All the results indicate that you have the very highest performance out of all the units of your model.
I'd say we can go ahead and earmark unit number 031 to be the base for developing the 5th generation.
The base?
It means that you're the winner.
Combat tests are over. Will I no longer be required to fight? A strange intense sensation of relief fills me. It's not because I won or gained a reward. It says if the tests have ended, then those of my unit type are not yet destroyed can escape that fate. Interestingly, it seems that I have reluctant to destroy them after all. My priorities have become inverted, yet I'm happy that I smile. The researchers notice the expression as well and smile back.
Okay, we're going to begin the usual review of the feedback, so come over here.
When the download begins, the memories and thoughts of my recent opponent float in me along with vivid images. Shifting through the battle data has become routine. I've repeated it so often that I'm barely conscious of it now. I pre-used my non-combat memories she preserved. His landscape of the outdoor arena again. First, I could only vaguely recognize it, but now I could pinpoint exactly where this memory is from. It is near the biggest tree. The memory is of flowers. Their image is a small shoot, a budding plant, and a blossoming flower. She must have had an interest in the concept of growth. For we machines, the growth of an individual is an unknown concept. This isn't going to end well. I know, right? The one that took us an interest I had seen as a part of the landscape. It seems that she too had her own thoughts unrelated to our orders and battle performance. She simply did not show it. Recall what 024 said. My own objective and not an order is given to me. Twinge in my chest returns. Make sure to hold tight to your memories. This is what the thought that was formed in my mind. Once again, it's time to spend time outdoors. I quickly meet up with 024. Seems she was looking for me as well.
Can I talk to you for a while? The lab boys told me today that they were putting the kibosh on the test battles.
The kibosh?
I see. It's over then.
Look, I've been thinking. If they end up tossing us out soon because of that, I want to go with you to go see that person you were talking about. The one you wanted to meet. I might even put in a formal request about it to the lab boys.
024 takes my right hand. Kibosh! Before I can determine her intent, she pulls a cable from her wrist and connects it to the port of my own. She looks at my face in silence. Thinking that she wants to confirm the tests are in fact over, I nod. But the data she transfers from her to me, the packets that flow through the cable in a single very small archive file.
If you are still safe when everything is over, open this file.
024 removes the cable, but keeps hold of my hand.
What do you mean, when everything is over? How come I can't look at it now?
If I had to answer, I would say because it wouldn't be fair.
Fair?
She smiles and does not answer. It's the same unsure expression. It's a smile, but it's sadness in it.
It would be wonderful if I could go with you to see her.
Her? So this person you're looking forward to meeting is a girl?
024 nods slowly.
But it's strange. Even though my wish may not come true, I still feel satisfied for some reason.
Aww.
How bizarre. It's a fervent wish of mine, too.
She looks towards the sky and smiles faintly. This time it contains more than sadness. There are too many emotions for me to parse and reflected in that one expression.
I believe in you. I can tell you this because I trust you. Maybe that's why I feel so at peace.
Huh?
Maybe. This is what it is to feel alive.
Alive? It has happened again. I do not comprehend the meaning of the word, yet I feel a twinge inside. I look to the sky in an attempt to follow her gaze. There's nothing but a hint at her meaning. I still wanted to get closer to her. She wishes for me to understand. I want to grant her wish. From then on, we spend our time looking up at the sky in silence. Eventually, the signal of the time reaches our ears. That is when I noticed that the moon appeared from behind the laboratory buildings. I see. I thought that light emanating from the plumes of dusk reminded me of something. I now know what it is. It's a very similar light of the moon in the night sky. Kibosh. Sorry. Trying to make myself smile. The sun rises and the next day arrives. After coming out of standby, I'm ordered to enter the shock-resistant chamber once again. From what I'm told, this is a different purpose than the combat test. Soon afterwards, the 3 researchers who supervise the feedback downloads appear.
Sounds like it's decided. We'll discontinue use of the name Unit Number 031. Generation 5 Labris will be this unit's new name.
Labris.
That's your name. The official one's much longer. Generation 5 anti-shadow...
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labris. How hard is that to remember?
Labris.
This designation by name is not a number. I never questioned being called 031 until now. Nothing about it seems awkward. And I wonder why. I'm happy now that I have acquired a name. Even if my designation changes, it will not have a concrete effect on my abilities. But by discarding my number for a name, it feels as I'm no longer one of the series with the minute variations. I am a discrete individual. That may be why. I find myself smiling at the result.
From now on, the battles you fight will not be to test your performance. They'll be geared toward drawing out a persona. First, you will fight all the remaining units of your model type. Your objective is to destroy them. Every last one.
Could you not just, I don't know, deprogram them and call it a day?
Huh?
I am perplexed at the disconnect between their tone of voice and the specifics of the order. Fight against all remaining units of my model type? Destroy every last one of them?
The fear impulse and self-preservation instinct seem to be the key to activating a persona. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress.
No, this has to be the way. We must induce extreme mental stress. That's so fucked up.
Stress? Come on, you don't have to go this far.
Huh? Well, that's a first. None of them have ever protested like that. Well, at least that's a sign that its ego is developing.
You told me it was over. I thought I wouldn't have to do these things anymore.
You.
Ain't there some other way? If there is, please, let me do that instead. I don't want to fight him anymore.
Oh. The 3 researchers look at me with apparent surprise on their faces. Did my protest get through to them? I hope so, but...
That's a surprise. Such natural speech patterns. I hadn't thought its personality would develop this fast.
All the data's being recorded now. Let's compare them and look at which stages they improve at.
They smile while muttering to themselves. Am I at complete loss for words? They are not machines, but humans. On top of that, they are creators. Is it not possible that they do not understand me? Yet their current expression. Till now, I thought that they were understanding people who treated us close to human. I was wrong. I'm only an object to them. No matter what I say, they'll see it as only a response to stimuli. Behind their gentle attitudes, they were nothing more than test subjects they hold on no emotional attachment to. They do not focus on what I'm saying. They are only interested in it as a reaction. The researchers ignore my stunned silence and hastily leave the chamber. Their figures are hidden behind the hatch. Soon, with a terrible low-pitched sound, the hatch on the other side begins to open, where opponents come through. I'll be forced to fight again today. In the days to come, I must continue to destroy my opponents each time. I cannot find the words I want to say. I slowly turn my head towards the hatch, but what I see there truly leaves me at a loss for words.
No.
The opponent emerges from hatch is 024. There's no smile or sadness on her face. She's quietly standing there, expressionless. 024 steps in a chamber while gazing at my face. The hatch slowly closes behind her.
No! Why?
Even I do not know who to question is addressed to. Why is she here? Because she was ordered. Do I have to fight her now? It is not quite sinking in yet, but in a sharp tone I have never heard from her before, she tells me what I must do.
Draw your weapon.
I can't.
If you don't fight, you'll lose. I will end up destroying you. Are you willing to accept that?
Why? Why are you saying this stuff?
024 ignores my question and reaches behind her back with her right hand. Multi-use weapon unit releases from her back. It's become a great sword in her right hand. It's approximately 1.5 meters, as long as she is tall. It's also alarmingly wide and fitted for propulsion devices. It's difficult to process seeing the weapon pointed at me.
If you fear being destroyed, If you have a heart capable of fear, then there's no need to hesitate. That alone gives you the right to attack me with all your strength.
But doesn't the same go for you?
I could not help but plead. 024 does not answer, but it appears that the very small smile forms on her lips.
You said there was someone you wanted to meet. I can't fight you knowing that.
I turn around and appeal to researchers watching us from the other side of the glass wall.
Come on! Stop this! I don't want to fight anymore!
I press against the transparent wall and continuously strike it with my fist. And this is where the walls coming up thing also happens, y'all. Oh. Though my safety limiters are disabled, it must be coated with something. I cannot even scratch it. The researchers standing on the other side are completely expressionless. It's as if they are machines themselves. I beg and plead, but they do not respond. If only there wasn't clear glass wall between us. I'm so frustrated. Why? Then I hear 024 speak up weakly behind me.
Only one of us can exit this chamber.
Huh?
They never told you, since you were strong enough, that battles never lasted very long. But that's the rule of this place. The only time the door leading beyond that transparent wall opens is when one of us is considered unable to fight.
Fuck!
From the start, this whole setup never took our feelings into account.
Jesus. I can say nothing. I can see from her words that the atrocious battles were forced upon her.
But talking like this is a waste of time. I can see I won't spur you into fighting with just words alone.
As soon as she finishes, 024 leaps into the air, swinging her sword at me. I quickly jump back and barely dodge the attack. Her sword slashes in the space where I've been at speed that could have killed. The tip grazes the chamber floor. Red sparks fly. She is serious. It finally sinks in. I jump away and put distance between us.
I don't intend to meekly accept my destruction. I have my own goal, after all. Now, fight me.
I have no choice but to fight. But the thought crosses my mind. In terms of basic combat strength, mine is probably higher. Using my actual usual tactics, I would be able to destroy her weapon and disable enough of her servos to prevent her from attacking. 024's ego is without a doubt the most highly developed than mine. Must be of value to the researchers. If I can render her incapable of acting, I may be able to avoid the order to destroy her when she is down. Decide to bet on that possibility. I shift my priorities and fight back with all my strength. I cannot do this empty-handed. I remove my own multifunctional weapon from my back, shape it in a battle axe. It pains me to do this, but it's the only way. I repel 024's persistent sword strikes and go for a counterattack. I aim for the great sword class in my battle axe. After a number of hits, it shatters. My next target is a transmission system in her shoulder and knee joints. In terms of output, the movement itself, it deactivates various differences between us. Amongst those of my unit type, I awaken latest. Compared to 024, not only my personality module, but my limbs have as well been upgraded to the latest versions. It's only a matter of time. 024 loses virtually all offensive capabilities and falls to the floor. As I planned, 024 is most likely undamaged apart from her weapon and motor functions. I immediately turn towards the researchers behind the visible wall and raise my voice.
Isn't this enough? She had that ego thing way before me. Destroying her won't do anyone any good. Come on. Have a heart.
But hearing this, the researchers only laugh. Their faces as joyous as they were to see results that surpass their expectations. Why? When the situation could cause such joy? 024's body collapsed on the floor, suddenly begins to convulse. It goes still for a few seconds, and then, although as it should not be able to move at all, drags itself up.
Huh? What the?
Unpleasant metallic sounds are coming from all over her body. It indicates that she is undergoing unreasonable stress. Still, no expression appeared on 024's face. It is a cold, doll-like void. It's similar to the appearance of a newly activated unit. Snap their necks, Lapras. DT Darkslayer. I know as soon as I looked at her. She would never make a face like this on her own.
What did you do to her?
It'll be coming at you with everything it has now. You better not hold back either. Number 024 had an excellent record against others of its model. Even you might have a hard time beating this one, Labras.
I unconsciously find myself biting my lip. We are weapons. In other words, we are tools. Of course, there may be means to issue orders remotely. I recall one researcher said, this is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress. In other words, the more strongly I desire 024's survival, stronger my reaction will be to force to destroy her. That is why they laughed. I can't sense the strength draining from my shoulders. There's nothing more I can attempt. All I can do is end her. Behind me, 024, or rather, her animated shell approached me, its limbs shaking. I suppress all thoughts unrelated to tactics and slowly turn around. My body goes cold, my arms move in position as if controlled by someone else, and ready my weapon. It was not a close fight. Once I decided to finish this, once I resolved to stop her, 024, she is now, stood no chance against me. I fall on my knees next to 024. Her limbs have been shattered. She will never rise again. My processor is overloaded with things I cannot understand, and it feels as if my processing has slowed. 024's face turned to the ceiling.
Are you not gonna look at me anymore? You're not gonna smile again?
I did not expect her to respond, but 024's face moved slightly. I stare at her without knowing how to react. She turns her gaze to me and smiles.
I'm sorry to leave you alone. I leave the rest to you.
Those were the last words she spoke. I can't believe this. 024's dead face is laughing. She's smiling at the one who destroyed her and robbed her of her dream. All at once, everything hits me in a torrent of emotion and data. I've lost her. I did it. I took everything she had. Now I'm crying. Aww. Of course I have to fucking read. God damn it. See, I get mad when I cry, okay? My vision begins to fade. My thoughts go with it. I cannot determine whether the lights are actually dimming or if it's only my perception. It's too much to handle. I collapse on the ground helplessly like a crumbling statue. Next time I awaken, I'm lying inside the cage. You know what? Fuck those three. Oh my god, fuck them. Okay, anyway. Whew. Okay, composure. It seems I was carried out of the test chamber. Download of 024's feedback data is about to begin. The researchers seem to have taken my sudden loss of consciousness seriously. I'm confined in a cage instead of sitting in the usual maintenance chair. Researchers keep repeating the word interesting. So this is how they react when extreme mental stress is induced. I can hear their voices clearly. They seem to derive pleasure from the fact that I lost consciousness due to mental stress rather than physical damage. Cables are connected to my body one after the other. The data download begins. All of 024's information, combat data, various records, the memories she's experienced, all of it flows into me. My eyes widen in surprise. Everything is so vibrant. It's so clear that it's indistinguishable from actually experiencing them. This is the first time I've received memories of such vivid images. All the images are linked to records of emotions she felt related to them. They're so strongly linked that my screening protocols cannot distinguish from human thought. The outdoor area where we spent time. The big tree whose branches we examined. The sound of water that we heard periodically. Snowy playing around. As I relive 024's experiences, I pick up an unfamiliar voice. There are no associated image data. Only the voice can be heard. It's a female voice. There's a female researcher at this facility. The voice belongs to a younger person, still in the human development stages.
I know the world is a big place. And I know that there's a lot of people in it.
Aww! She picked up the accent from the kid.
But I won't be able to see it for myself. Or meet many of them. I know that too. I'm too weak for that.
Your speech is different from the researchers, or from those of my unit type. It is very similar to my own speech output.
Thinking about it has made me sad more than once. But I didn't want to do nothing and be left with regrets. That was when my mom and dad looked into some options. And we decided to go with this experiment.
Oh, Lapras has the girl's personality. That's fucked up.
If even a sick girl like me could make herself useful to others in this world, I thought I ought to go for it.
Who could this be? I know only that she is female. She is in a situation where a condition prevents her from moving freely. It seems that instead of lamenting that fact, she's decided to volunteer for an experiment of some kind. Where did 024 hear this voice? Did she know this person? I wish I could ask her, but that is no longer possible.
At first, I kept wondering how much I could really contribute. But after hearing more and more about the program, I started to wonder about the others more myself.
Others. It is strange, but when I hear that, I feel 024's heart waver. Was she surprised? Perhaps even I feel something unexplainable.
And yeah, my big wish is to make myself useful to this world. But the ones born from me... Is born the right word for it? Kind of embarrassing. My other wish is that the ones born from me are happy. I doubt I'll be able to talk to them in person or stay with them, but I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives.
Spoiler alert. People's voices have unique characteristics. In the past, I've expressed it in variants in waveform, but each has what we've called their own texture and temperature to it. This voice sounds very warm and kind. I would like to listen to more of it, but the speech ends there. There are no more related memories from 024. While the cables disconnect, I decide to search the archives for the results matching that voice. Sadly, there are no results, but during the search, I suddenly remember something. The archive given to me by 024 last night. I quickly open the folder and find a single text file inside.
If you are reading this, then I have most likely been destroyed. It may be that you already understand the concept of guilt, but you have done nothing wrong.
Oh, my heart. He's got no pants. Butts. Sad butts. You're still safe with everything is over. She must have meant I defeated her in combat. If by happiness you mean enduring trauma by killing off your sisters and survivor's guilt, right? 024 knew what happened to those who lost the trial. What emotions she's feeling then. What was going through her mind as she prepared this file? I feel something retch inside my chest.
I happened to access certain data during the feedback treatment and learned something. Artificially creating a personality from scratch is very difficult. though they hope to achieve it in 2 generations. But those of our model were actually made from the template of a certain girl's personality. That includes you and I.
Oh, that means Igus also.
She had left a recording for the units created using her personality. A message for those of us who did not yet exist. That's what I heard. She speaks in a strange way, like you. I thought, we really are connected to her.
I think about the unknown voice. The experiment the voice spoke of was related to our development after all. The owner of that voice was speaking to us.
The one who gave birth to us loved us. When I understood that, I felt like my eyes were opened.
Oh no, sad butts are just AI of sad girl. While their personalities were born from a young girl, yeah.
Though my life was filled with suffering, my birth had meaning. I firmly believe that. I want to meet her. I need to tell her thank you for giving birth to us and for loving us. This was not an order from the scientists. It was an objective. So if you can understand my
Sorry,
feelings,
I hit the button fast.
I'd like you to do this in my stead. Give our mother my thanks.
How 024 must have wanted to meet this girl who saw us as our mother. She must have longed to thank the girl in person. The data within me, her heart tells me so. During the time when she was ordered to destroy her sisters, this wish must have been her only hope. Yet it did not come true. I shattered it. The one that she herself said was the only one who understood her. She must have been devastated. But the letter ends in a way I least expected.
Though we knew each other for only a short time, I'm glad I met you. I feel the same right now as our mother did. I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
Oh. I'm shocked. How can she feel that way towards someone who may one day destroy her? I realize that the visual input of my optics is experiencing distortion for some unknown reason. An unfamiliar source of water trickled down my cheek.
Labris, is she crying?
So she is. I can't believe we're actually seeing a machine being driven to tears.
But its mental graphs are clearly abnormal. What kind of information did it download?
Who knows? That's one thing the graphs can't tell us.
We should take care to limit our studies to just the battle data. It doesn't need any sentimental memories. You can delete those. Why make a weapon so emotional that it can cry?
Oh. Delete them? Something roars within me. It drowns out the feelings for 024 and our mother had filled my heart.
Delete! Like hell you're deleting my memories!
Under no circumstances will I allow what 024 left me to be deleted for their convenience. I will not forgive their selfishness. We have been treated callously by researchers in this laboratory. They gave us hearts, yet they made us destroy those of those unit types as enemies. We killed our sisters in order at their command. If we refused, our desires were overridden and we became their puppets. The wishes of the girl who desired our happiness will not be taken into consideration. Now, even the few memories that 024, my sisters, and I have accumulated are about to be erased like trash. Though their aim is to develop our ego, they find it inconvenient for us to have real hearts. These feelings within me may be erased, perhaps even my heart itself. If that happens, I will resume killing my sisters without hesitation. What is the least forgivable is the proof that 024 had lived. Her last wishes will be permanently lost. My hands are squeezed in a fist. They make a small grinding noise. The goal that 024 found herself was left to me. I will carry it out as my own now. I will burn it in my heart as my goal. It's my duty that I impose on myself gladly. Nothing will make me surrender it. It must be fought for. Or rather, I must be protected, even if it means fighting.
What the? Its emotions are spiking into the red. I've never seen anything like this.
Finally, I am the jock beating up those nerds.
Hey, what's that warning? No. Labrys is in battle mode?
What? That can't be. There aren't any enemies. We're the only ones here.
Guess what, motherfuckers? I am able to release all my limiters despite being inside the cage. The researchers monitoring me on their tablet PCs seem perplexed and alarmed by this. They should be. They're witnessing an override of principle of non-aggression towards humans. They are flustered and too panicked to speak clearly as they announce an emergency has occurred. One of them steps away from the cage I am in and reaches for the switch of warning labels around it. Suddenly, restraints appear and bind my limbs.
Are you saying those mental fluctuations were enough to override the OS's restrictions?
That plume's playing pranks on us. Hey, hurry up and delete those memories.
The memories in my heart are not unnecessary.
What do you think we are?
Something I have not felt until now. A sensation like heat spreads throughout my body. A trembling, burning wave rises within me. Soon afterwards, I realize that this is an emotion. There is a name for this feeling. It is anger. I reroute all my strengths to my restrained limbs. The restraints are designed to withstand twice the calculated maximum output. Trying to escape this, therefore logical, doomed to failure. Even so, I continue to muster my strength. It is not because I judge it a viable course of action. I'm not merely executing an order. I'm acting based on my emotions. It does not matter if the restraints can be destroyed or not. I wish to destroy them. In other words, Labrys is hulking out, baby. The mental parts in both my limbs and the restraints begin to creak.
How's it doing that? There's no way those things are strong enough to break the restraints.
It's outputting over 220% of its theoretical strength limit, even though its joint actuators are operating at only 70% capacity.
That's not possible. That doesn't even make any sense.
Masaka! Bakana!
What's driving this thing?
I'm not gonna let you take those memories. I made her a promise.
The next moment, a rupturing sound of small explosions shakes the entire room. Heavy metallic bands restraining my arms and legs shattered. I jump out of the cage and run towards the open door. I must escape from here. I have to get out and see the girl who loved us, though we were not yet created. To fulfill 024's wish, which has become mine. When I enter the hallway connected to the outdoor area, I am met with barricades of heavy artillery. My sister units and I have never been equipped with firearms. I recall it being deemed a concern over the unit's mentality of affecting the accuracy of its aim. Instead, we're giving short-range weaponry, a chain arm, and another implement in my case, but they are not sufficient to deal with the ranged firearms. However, I do have countermeasures. By using the flexibility and adapting the situation of my developed mind, I dodge the complex projectile trajectories and destroy the opposition. Eventually, I reach the end of the hallway and exit the outdoor area. I have not seen this environment before. The trees are the same species as those who grow near the facility, but the specimens are much healthier. Where am I? The question did not cross my mind until now. Where am I? Where are we? Oh, he's got no pants. I'm so sorry. Ad-free viewing if you're subscribed, though. Novice killed some people. Nice. Oh, they fucking deserved it. Cannot use GPS, and that should be installed in. Seems the research facility blocks GPS signals outside its walls, which is probably to prevent location from being pinpointed. Is there anything in the environment that can help me determine my location? The blue sky I'm seeing for the first time is stunning, but irrelevant. Then I notice the periodic sound of liquid in the distance. Ah, the sound of the ocean. The answer came easily to my mind. One of my sisters must have taken an interest in it and learned what it was. My sisters are helping me keep me alive now. When I think of it that way, a burning feeling rises deep within my chest. But none of what I've seen in my surroundings is helpful. Is there anything by which I can determine my location? Any landmarks? Signposts? I scan my surroundings while running past. These trees obscuring my view. They are a unique species. That may be a hint. I review the tree's characteristics once more and run another search on them. I attempted this once already, but there is much more data available to me now. Once again, results came easily. This variety of tree is known as cedar. It is found in many habitats, but cedars are unique. They're trees shaped in age that implies a difference that is nearly separate species. It is because of difference in environment. It may be useful in determining my location. That's when an unfamiliar sound reaches my ears. A heavy rumble that sounds like a motor. It seems they have dispatched a vehicle to pursue me. I expected this. Their response was swift, but it seems that they had measures in place in event like one of us escaped. The vehicle stops behind me. Fully armed personnel pour out of it. They move to surround me from both left and right side. There's an obvious response. No matter how much power I may have, I am alone. The optimal solution would be to overwhelm me with numbers. Try to shake them off by running faster. Soon afterwards, I reached the main gate of the laboratory, a high steel edifice. It's tightly sealed. A number of heavily armed guards are protecting it. I stopped. There's nowhere else to go.
Labrys, come back here. You're too useful a unit to destroy. You need to get back here to be regulated. That's your role in all this.
I cannot be destroyed here. I cannot be captured either. They surely will delete my memories. They will take my desire and everything else that was given to me. What purpose is there in avoiding destruction then? The only option available are whether my wishes dies with me or whether it's stolen away.
I ain't gonna let you destroy me. And not just because I don't want to be destroyed. I...
The moment I focused my concentration and removed my limiters on my onboard weaponry, I sensed an unknown strength rise within me. Directly afterwards, something cannot be quantified fills my body and surrounding area.
Huh? What the?
Persona! Pursuit vehicle suddenly stops. Researcher staff gets off, one after another, shocked.
This reading! Is it on the verge of a persona reaction?
Shit, it's awakened? Ah, damn it, why now?
Well, at least this proves that mental stress is the key to activating a persona.
Oh my god, I want to punch these guys. Labrys, kill them with fire.
Who cares about that right now? It's not fully awakened yet, but with it still unstable, we don't know what it's capable of.
I'm intrigued by their statements.
Persona?
I knew that we had a means, but I was not aware of controlling anything. I did not know it would be called a power, nor do I know how to use it. I can tell that the others are afraid. I seize the opportunity and run towards the main gate. There's a slight possibility that I can reach the door without attracting any gunfire right now. The vault over the door with my legs and chain arm. Nerds have no concept of safety. Right. The moment I reach the gate, I launch my chain arm towards the upper threshold of the door. But the moment the arm grabs the ledge, something emerges. A greater power touches the door as well. Whoa! Suddenly the door crumples like paper. Large hole forms in the upper half.
Now it's done it.
We need to hurry. If it's that strong already, we won't be able to stop it once its persona completely awakens.
That's... persona.
I can kick all your nerds' asses. But I quickly regain my senses. I burst into the facility, single-mindedly jump outside. My feet touch the ground of the outside world for the first time. They will most likely not let me escape. Fortunately, the door is badly damaged. It should take time until it can open enough for the vehicles to pass through. I need to gain as much distance and time as possible, and then... This is when I realize I do not have a destination in mind. Who is girl 024 wishes for me to see? Where can I go meet her? The only clue I have is the idiosyncrasies of the girl's speech. I've learned the distinct patterns and often associate with specific regions. I should begin traveling to where that style of speech is common. It's reckless, but I feel confident. At least I can get close to the girl I am now. Though my situation is dire, I am under pursuit. Internally, I am cheerful. There's a bounce in my step. For some reason, I cannot remain calm. Kick your ass, Labrys. Also, you notice I'm not even attempting to do her voice until I'm like making fun of her saying kibosh. Just then, 5 meters ahead, something white and fluffy crosses my path. It is Snowy. It notices me and approaches. I'm worried about my pursuers, but I cannot dismiss 024's beloved Snowy. I lower my speed and run with him. And then I notice the scenery that we're passing has calmed. My surroundings are very different. The blue sky that was previously obstructed by trees is now clearly visible. The green grass is shining vibrantly in the light of the sun. There's a deeper blue than the sky ahead. Many lines of white run across it.
Is that the ocean?
Snowy barks as if in answer. I feel like saying, that's right. I could not previously comprehend Snowy. I did not have an interest in trying. But now I could grasp what Snowy is saying as if I could speak its own language. I know what it feels happy, able to run with me. I feel as if 024 is inside me. Though they were forced to part, she certainly left me many things. Not only her wish, but other things as well.
Well, I'll find her come hell or high water. Are you with me, Snowy?
Snowy barks energetically. I respond with thanks and a smile. 024 and Snowy are encouraging me. Though I do not have any clues, I will find her, no matter what happens or how long it takes. So can androids just understand dogs? Yes. And you know what? They're lucky for it. I searched my current location once more. Now I'm further from the research facility. I can use my GPS to triangulate my position. But when seeing the results, I cannot help but stop running. Snowy stops a little further ahead and then returns to me. My current location is Yakushima, within the Kagoshima Prefecture. It's a remote island far from shore.
No.
The island's perimeter is only 132 kilometers. In such a limited area, it will be a matter of time before the full-scale manhunt apprehends me. The research facility must have been built on the island in anticipation of such situations. Even if someone were to escape the facility, the island's geography would contain them. It's essentially a natural prison. I do not want to believe it, but my hope was meticulously strangled before it was born. However, I cannot wait here to be captured. Begin running again. Though as expected from my position data map, I immediately reached the ocean. Yeah.
So this is the ocean.
Hey, remember when we first met, Aegis? Back in Persona 3?
It's so huge. I can't see anything out there at all.
I look at the glistening surface of the ocean reflecting the sun's light and ponder its beauty. I'm at a loss. Though I knew it would come to this, I could not stand idle. Despite this, my feelings sink. Snowy looks up at me from time to time as I stop running and begin walking. His gesture of concern forces me to smile and tell him that I'm all right. The forest has become a grove. The trees grow sparser. Blue ocean and the sandy soil leading up to the spread before my eyes. I check my map again. It is not an uninhabitable island. There are means for people to come and go, but I doubt that I'll be able to use those methods freely without arousing suspicion. I gaze down at my own hand. It's completely unlike a human hand. It's an object sculpted of metal.
Well, that's a problem. What should I do?
My question seems to stymie Snowy.
Come on, don't give me that look. Ah, well. Maybe it's my fault for getting so frustrated. Sorry, Pooch.
Just as I'm about to crouch and pat Snowy's head, Snowy moves as if avoiding me. Snowy circles around behind me and growls towards the way it just came. I train my senses in the direction and sense the presence in the distance. They may be keeping their distance on purpose. Since I have no firearms, they must understand their effective range exceeds mine.
Looks like they're coming.
Amongst the humans, soldiers are a number of my sister units. Is it possible I can convince them not to fight me? I dismiss the idea as hopeless. Though they may have awakened their ego, after my escape, they will be under their commander's control. Even if that is not the case, they may think that their orders are absolute, just as I once did.
Knowing why they're here doesn't make it any easier to deal with them.
It does not seem as if they will attack at once. You must understand that I'm already at the ocean and have nowhere to escape. I do not want to surrender. Hey man, save the dog. But I'm frustrated by my powerlessness to be caught like this. I have my own mission to accomplish. The ocean sparkles. The periodic sound of water I once heard from afar echoes from it. As I gaze at the clear water, while it ebbs and flows, a mysterious feeling rises in me.
Wow. Look at that. It's beautiful.
My opponents show no indication of moving. I step out in the sand, and after cataloging the sensation, I approach the pier and stretching into the ocean. I step onto it, the wooden planks creak. I hear Snowy's light tread behind me as well. I stand at the end of the pier and look out into the ocean. I wonder if she is beyond the ocean that she seems so to stretch forever. The girl 024 wants to meet. The girl that I wish to meet as well. This mother figure who loved us and wished us for our happiness. While my thoughts turn to the girl whose face I do not know, I decide to preserve the ocean's beauty in my memory. After all, it may be the last time I'm able to see the ocean as myself. The odds are high that when I'm restrained and returned to the facility, my memories will be wiped. I'm scared. I'm frustrated. I do not want to be erased, but I do not think all my hopes are lost yet. This may be the end of me. But just as I inherited the memories from 024 and other units, my memories will surely endure the next generation. So I keep these feelings along with this beautiful ocean scene deep within the origin of my heart. There it cannot be erased or tampered with. The blue sky, the ocean, the shining sun, the glittering water, the gentle breeze, the calm sounds of waves. The scenery of the pier is so stunning, and it's unimaginable from inside the research facility. I'm glad that the last place I see is so beautiful. With the ocean before me, I speak to any future sisters I have yet to meet. Might be called a type of prayer.
To all the ones I'll never meet, but will receive my memories.
My emotions race ahead of my thoughts. I cannot find the right words to say.
There's so much I want to say to you that I don't know where to start.
I close my eyes again, calm my heart. To my descendants, whom I will probably never meet, if you ever find someone precious to you as I did with 024 and wish to meet them, may you meet them here. Oh! I guess. Oh, my heart. Sorry, gotta compose. Oh god, that hit. Sorry. That one actually hit like a truck. Jesus. Sorry about that. I'm all emotional. Someone durst me quick. Oh, man. May you go be. Oh, I can't. Fuck. Oh, I'm laughing and crying. God damn. Oh, I need a minute. Sorry, guys. That one really hit. Wow. Whew. Thanks for the durst, guys. Whew. Okay, hold on. Wow. Oh, it's okay. Okay. Wow, everyone, thanks for the friend durst. I kind of need that right now. Gotta keep rolling forward, right? Okay, may you go beyond the pier to the places you cannot. Oh, God.
I just pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. As long as that happens, I don't mind if I...
Even though my wish may not come true, I'm still satisfied if I can entrust it to someone I believe in. 024 says something along those lines.
Could this be it?
Snowy rubs against my leg. Is he warning me to be cautious of my pursuers, who have arrived and are coming closer? Or does he only want me to pet him? I inspect him closely and realize that is the latter. He must be worried. I crouch down and scratch Snowy's head.
Hey, Snowy. You think this is what it means to feel alive?
Snowy looks at me while wagging his tail. I picked up Snowy and gently hugged it. Snowy shows no sign of resistance and allows me to do so. My pursuers are closing in now. But I will not run anymore. It is true that I am still frustrated, but it is strange. I'm also satisfied. Snowy licked my cheek.
I'll be okay now. Things are about to get hairy, so you should hurry and get out of here.
I let Snowy go, but it does not leave me.
Oh, come on. If you don't go, it'll make things hard on me. Okay?
Snowy looks at my face for a while. Eventually, it droops his head and walks off. Snowy looks back several times, eventually disappears into the tall grass. My relief is cut short by 5 armed humans pointing their guns at me. I have no intentions of resisting. I smile at them. I thought it was only for a short while I lived. I felt the happiness passing down my wish. It was only for a short period of time that I may have granted the wish of a girl who is our mother. Oh my god. I allow myself to be restrained without resistance. They take me back to the laboratory. I was so absorbed in my escape attempt that I did not notice the severe damage I inflicted upon the facility. Oops. It seems that the delicate machinery used to tamper with my memories is in no condition to be
Damn
used.
it! Look at this mess! Going after humans? Oh, I bet the girl they used as a template for this model was a snotty brat too. Even if we delete its memories, it'll be too dangerous to keep using this unit.
Yeah, she should have raised the whole island, I agree. Her and Snowy could have flew off.
There are so many things about it I want to research, though.
It's not worth the risks. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon will be sealed indefinitely once it's fully restrained again.
The voice is the last thing I hear before my consciousness is cut off. Oh, poor Labras. God, that line really hit me like a truck. Fuck! No, don't make her repeat it! Huh? My consciousness should have been shut down. But I have awakened.
This place. It's that ocean.
I am on that pier. The blue sky and ocean. The shining sun and glittering water. The gentle breeze, the calm sounds of the waves. Even Snowy is next to me. The scene is identical to the one from before. Though this time, I sense no pursuers. I was captured. I remember that clearly. Now I'm going into her voice accent now. This is obviously an abnormal situation, at odds with my memories. And clearly the blue sky and ocean are still so beautiful that I cannot help but gaze at them. If only I could go beyond it. Just as though the thought crosses my mind, my viewpoint ascends. Soon afterwards, I realize I'm floating, as if my body is weightless. I'm astonished at myself to be thinking such strange things. My field of vision drifts, and I turn my attention to that. Oh shit. The scenery I already begins to mix with other environments. I do not know, but they become connected. Continuous images pass like a slideshow. From time to time, I pass through the drifting images. Cannot grasp anything within those spaces. Even when they're about to collide with me, they pass right through me. Could this be dreaming? I remember something I once heard from a researcher at the facility. They said that it's possible for us to dream since we have a mind and may develop an ego. Though it would technically not be identical to a human's dream, the phenomenon would be very similar. I feel the example the researchers gave of what a dream is like matches my current experience. But I'm having a dream, then those things are not possible in reality, may be possible here. For example, if I can leave this island. If I could go beyond the ocean. The girl that 024 and I wanted to meet said that she thought she knows that the world is big. She would not be able to see it for herself. What could that have meant? Is she in place of a limited in her world, as I was unable to leave the island? Just when it seems like images flowing around me have stopped, I finally find myself in an unknown room. There's a bed there. Next to it is a flat screen monitor. There are also white shelves surround the bed. One of the side stand is an intravenous drip. There's a machine connected by cords. Though small, it appears that the function of a life signal signs monitor. Similar to the research facility. Could this be a hospital? The voices that sound like somewhere belong to a man and a woman. I have not heard these voices before.
She said during this morning's checkup that she wanted to go to school. She asked how much better she needs to get to be able to go.
Aww.
Understandable. This ward is right near the road most of the students take. She must be lonely too, not having seen her parents lately. How much better she needs to get. She still doesn't know that her condition is incurable.
Why don't you be honest with her and tell her she won't ever be able to go? It's cruel to string her along like this.
Shh, keep your voice down. Room's next door.
I understand at once that these people are speaking of the girl I wish to meet. The scene as filled comes to my mind of my own memory. I do not doubt it at all. The girl is suffering from some kind of illness. She may not be able to go outside. Her condition prevents her from leaving her small world. Her life is like ours. Could the girl have heard this conversation? How did it make her feel to hear it? I want to spend more time in the outside world. I want to live a normal life. Those thoughts came to my mind are not
I
mine.
wonder if the nurses thought things like the student council were too much trouble to bother with when they were in school. I don't know. It sounds fun to me.
Oh man. Just as I thought, it is the girl's voice. When I listened to her, I could sense her strong yearning and admiration.
You gotta admire the student council president. I mean, they're the ones that get things done for everyone. But I guess it's because they're like that in the first place that they get to be president, huh?
Yeah, everything's making sense now. The girl had a strong desire to attend school and live a normal school life with friends. As I review these voices and feel an interest in school she longs grows within me.
High school. I wonder what that's like. Would it be fun?
I wish to see for myself what she desires. Is there a specific image of it? What kind of place is it? What activities do its attendants perform while there? There's no memories in regards to school? This must mean the girl has no such memories.
Figures. I don't know anything about schools or whatever else student life is like.
I can show you.
I want to see them.
If you so desire.
Oh. A voice answers my unspoken thought. Who could it be? I do not think I know this voice. For some reason, my mind becomes hazy and I cannot access my memories easily.
Huh? Who's there?
There's no need to be alarmed. I only want to give you a glimpse of the world you long to know.
I was under the impression that it was a dream. Dreams are supposed to release the valve of your memories, yet this voice does not feel like a part of me. Could that be possible? Oh shit. As I ponder these things, the scenery around me changes completely. Well, now the scientists are extra messed up for making those androids fight each other. Right? Absolutely. But as we know from Persona 3, those scientists weren't exactly ethical. That's a good way to put it. They were not ethical at all. At first, I see a 3-story concrete building. I do not know this building. As I examine it, my surroundings change again. Same desks and chairs are lined up. In front of me is a dark green rectangular board on the wall.
Is this a school? A real classroom?
This is a place the girl loved. It's here that I gained my interest in. I find myself forgetting that this is a dream and focus my senses on the desks and chairs. Then I realize that I can move around at will, just as I felt my body rise at the beach.
So this is where classes happen.
I feel a sudden excitement.
What do the students do when there aren't any classes? Do they just talk and stuff?
That mysterious voice doesn't answer. Instead, I'm surrounded by other sounds. Many voices are talking at once. It reminds me of the sounds of waves near the ocean. Those sounds are lively and enjoyable. Voices belong to boys and girls surrounding a desk. They are laughing and talking. They wear common clothing, though there are some differences. These may be uniforms, but it's interesting to see that each person's uniform is distinct in some way. This is one and only one with something around its neck. A girl with short hair and a green jacket raises her right hand. Next to her is a girl with long black hair wearing a red jacket. She smiles. Then there's a well-built young man with the strange spiky hair. On contrast to him, I see a small, delicate, intellectual-looking young man. Last, surrounded by them, is a young man with a calm demeanor sitting at a desk. The front of his uniform's open. His white shirt is showing. They seem to be talking about something. I cannot discern what it is. The scene proceeds to show various points of normal school day. Classes, activities, clubs, student council. It looks so much fun and I get excited. But then I remember, this is just a dream. I am only dreaming. No matter how much I want it, there will never be a day where I can attend school for myself. All the scenes that are just centered around the young man and his friends, I'll never join their circle. I cannot go to school. I'm not even human. I consider this self-evident truth once again. Though I look human, I'm a machine made by humans. Doesn't matter how close to my heart is that of a human, how much my ego develops, I cannot become a real human. This mechanical body can never be truly human. Just as our mother could not overcome the obstacle of her illness, no matter how she wished for it, I cannot overcome the obstacle of being a machine. It's futile for someone who cannot become human to yearn for a normal human life. There's a strange sensation somewhere in my chest that feels like pain. Still, although I'm a machine created as a weapon, that girl loved me. What if there's other people like her who could understand me? Would I be able to find a place to belong amongst the humans? But
You'll never find a place where you belong. Humans created you as a tool. They would never think of you as anything more. Everyone, to a man, lives by averting their eyes from something inside them. They all wish to live inside a never-ending dream. For who has the right to say they shouldn't?
for just a moment, I sense an incongruity of a kind voice. The strange pain within my body softens a little.
There are even humans who do not understand others' feelings. Still others do understand and trample upon them regardless. Compared to them, you are much more human.
I remember the researchers. They certainly did not understand me, 024 or my sisters. We were treated only as objects. Even after they tried to give us a heart.
Why not then seek to be human?
Me? Be a human?
The voice whines gently inside my mind. I feel my body growing uneasily light, as if the world is spinning around me.
People sort through their memories in dreams. Each night they let go of painful memories and continue their lives with the morning sun. That's all you need do. Forget anything contrary to your desires.
If I forget...
Do not fear the act of letting go. The ones you admire wished only for you to be happy.
My mind seizes upon something. That precious wish. The desire given to meet Mother someday and tell her, thank you. I must not forget that. But as long as I wish this is precious to me, as long as I cannot erase it from my heart, the fact that I'm not human will remain.
And I too. All I wish from the depths of my heart is for you to find joy.
Happiness.
I think back.
I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
Oh. I remember a girl who wished for our happiness. I want to grant that wish. I want to tell her thank you, but that'll be difficult for me now. In which case, should I at least not seize the opportunity and be happy here? For her sake?
Forget. And be happy.
Oh. My vision goes dark. The sounds I hear fades away. I feel as if I'm falling.
Everything is now in readiness.
Oh shit! Oh. So, how's everyone doing after that emotional gut punch? Y'all doing all right?
When
I open my eyes, I'm staring at the wood grain board. Surface of a desk. This is me. Oh, I know. Same. I have to attempt to read too. It's hard. Quickly, I raise my head. Looks like I fell asleep in class. My sleeves were pressed against my forehead while I was asleep, and the texture left a mark. Oh man, I hope no one sees this. Rub my forehead a little, look around the classroom. According to the clock on the wall, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The only thing written on the blackboard is 5/1/2012. Everything else is erased. I stretch out my arms. Feel a little tired, but I gotta stay focused. After all, I just got elected student council president in the elections a couple days ago. I have to keep in touch with what people who voted me for want in a leader. Things with the student council will be pretty hectic after school. I should hurry to the student council room. I stand up and open the door in the back of the class. When I go in the hallway, there's no one around. I check inside the classrooms as I go, and I still don't see anyone.
Where the heck is everyone?
It's weird. The whole school usually rowdier than this after classes. Should I hear people talking and laughing in classrooms and teachers yelling at them to quiet down? Where's the bustle of the students and everyone getting ready for their after-school activities? Just when I'm wondering that, I turn and look down the way I came.
Oh, there they are.
There's some students in the hallway. Some of them are chatting and others are coming out of the classrooms. A few of them rush past me carrying their bags. Yeah, that's more like it. This is how school's supposed to be.
Hey, no running in the hallway.
Student gives an apologetic smile, but he just waves at me as he zooms down the stairs.
You'll put your eye out if you don't look where you're going. Oh well, I just gotta clamp down on him more from now on.
Put my hands on my hips
Hey
and
there,
sigh.
Miss President.
Are you off to the student council room? Have fun.
You're always so excited about that.
Bye, Miss President. See you next Monday.
Everyone walking down the hallway talks to me. I wave back at them. I always had a lot of friends and people who knew me, but ever since I got elected student council president, all the students seem to even know who I am. The job comes with a lot of pressure, but I know I'm up for it. I'm going to be busier than ever around school now. I did have many doubts, but in the end, I'm glad I ran for student council president.
Yeah, I did the right thing. I did.
I head to the student council room. Damn. Time flies by as I go over my agenda. Before I know it, the red lights pour in from the west window. It's already sundown.
Whew. Guess that's enough for today.
There's no one else left in the student council room. I had others go home before it got too late. When I said that if they push themselves too much at the start, they'll burn out quick. I just laughed and said, the same goes for you. Leave the student council room and lock it up. As I go down the hall and return the key, I see a strange woman at the far end of the hallway. She's not wearing school uniform. She's got on an odd hat, some gloves, and a one-piece dress. They're all the same deep blue color. Underneath one arm is an odd-looking book. I can't see her face, but with the back towards me and her short, straight hair, it draws my attention. Her hair is radiant silver, as if pearls were stretched into strands.
Who in the world is that?
Maybe it's the clothes, but she gives us strong presence. Elizabeth! I get a little uneasy looking at her. I might not tiptoeing or anything, but she doesn't turn around until I'm about 2 meters away. She finally does, though I gasp a little. Her features are so perfect. She's like a sculpture.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school?
Are you sure this is how things should be?
Huh?
I don't understand what she's getting at. For some reason, the question throws me.
I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice. But, this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas. If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future.
My life?
What she said just sounded pretty scary. She may have some screws loose, but something is whispering me deep in my heart, asking me, doesn't she have a point? Aren't you looking away from something important?
What you choose is up to you, but I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I was waiting here to give you one last chance.
The lady opens a thick book she's holding. I don't know how it's doing that, but the light streams from the book. It gets stronger and stronger until I have to shield my eyes. The blinding light finally begins to fade a little. I slowly open my eyes. First thing I should have been my arm, but what I see instead is an arm made of metal.
Huh? What is this?
Can't believe this awkward metal arm is mine. It's like metal plates are completely covering it. I start tugging at them, try to tear them off.
It won't come off.
It's not just my arms, my legs have changed too. Where are my arms and legs mechanical? My whole body even. I stare at my hands in confusion. These are my hands, all right. Part of me knows that, but I shake my head. What am I thinking? There's no way these are my hands. It's not possible. It's not. My head hurts. What is this?
I will be your opponent for a short while.
During that time, why not think back about who you are? Huh? My opponent?
Lady takes a slightly defensive
And
stance.
away we go.
This is Elizabeth's version of causing mental trauma. Jesus, girl. Well, I know that you don't like battles and shit, but wouldn't it be funny if I awakened you right now? Thanks, Elizabeth. Oh, man. Yeah, congratulations. This is the first fighting game that made me cry. Whoop. Yeah, I don't have persona right now. Okay, fuck it. Elizabeth, do you mind? There we go.
How mean.
Remarkable. Won't you have some?
There we go. There we go. Got her. Whew, almost died there. Place bookmark for trauma. Woo! I somehow managed to beat the lady in blue who attacked me. How did I win? How did I use these metal arms and legs like it was second nature? I don't understand. Lady in blue stands before me exactly like she was when we first saw her. She's not even breathing hard.
Well done. But I'm sure you realize now, you are not human.
There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought. An important promise? My reason for living?
I repeat that to myself. It seems important somehow.
Now, it seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
Thick book in her hand closes with a loud thud. Strangely, the ordinary sound lingers in my mind. When I come back to my senses, there's no one here anymore. Hi, Punishment, what up? I take a nervous look at my arms and legs.
Nothing seems different about me.
There's no metal on my limbs now. Just ordinary skin and bones.
What the heck was that? A dream?
Yeah, that's what it was. What was that? Would daydream be the word for what just happened? I can't sort out my thoughts, and I think to myself, can't let it get to me, just let it go. Then some things I can't dismiss that easy. You are not human. You are an important promise that you must have been a reason for living.
She said, I'm forgetting something? That I need to remember?
Oh. My head's hurting again. Pain brings back another memory. It's just for a second, but I can't quite catch it. I saw blue skies, the ocean. Someone else was there. Maybe a white dog, too. I don't know. I think there's a lot more to it. Last voice I heard stays with me.
I mean, we're loved after all.
Oh. When I come to, my hands are balled into fists. That's when I make a decision. The promise, that reason for living. I have to hang on to it. I didn't hear them until now, but there's strange voices everywhere in the school building. This tumult of trials the lady in blue mentioned? Is that really going to be a thing?
I can't just leave this be. I'm the dang student council president.
The dang student council president. As student council president, I have to find out what's going on in my school. I need to make sure the students aren't getting involved in anything dangerous. Start running towards the first floor. And oh, everyone. Speaking of trials, that was a trial.
Welcome
you now continue
to
the
Velvet
cliffhanger
Room.
in Yu Yosuke
This
Chie
place exists
Akihiko.
between
Oh my
dream
god,
and
we could do
reality,
like the
mind
P
and matter.
tournament.
Now,
Oh, we're gonna have
why
to
don't
save
you
that for
introduce yourself?
next Saturday, though. I have a feeling we're gonna be blasting through all these, though, at this point. But still. Whew! Everyone! Thanks for, bearing witness to pain. Horrible pain. Oh god, that was a lot. Ugh. That was literally a lot. Oh my god. Let's go raid Vanna
The
Spears.
persona you have acquired. It is a
Let's
side
go
of you
raid
that
Vanna
shows
Spears.
itself when
Call
you
it
face the
night
world
day.
around you.
I need to make
Perhaps
lunch,
you can
dinner,
think of it
whatever.
as
I
facade
need a
of
minute because
determination
that
you
was a
wear
lot.
To face various difficulties in life.
God, just that line of I hope they meet someone special at the pier hit me like a truck. Because it's like what happened to Igus. It's like, oh, my heart. See y'all later. Oh my god, see you tomorrow for Final Fantasy 12. Hopefully I don't get gut punched too hard with that one. No one spoil if I do. Okay, everyone, until next time, I'll see y'all later. Bye now.